Welcome back, everyone, to Harry's Verse, the corner of the multiverse where the boy who lived never quite stays in his own lane. Today's adventure: what if Harry Potter was Hulk's reincarnation? Picture it. A green-eyed baby in a crumbled house in Godric's Hollow, and something far older than a wizard asleep under his skin. Voldemort's killing curse was the opening move of one of the worst nights in wizarding history, but in this story, it lands on a soul that's already died once, and already refused to stay dead. What follows is a reckoning. If you haven't already, go ahead and smash that subscribe button, ring the bell, and drop us a comment telling us which crossover you want next. Your ideas shape every episode on this channel. Grab a seat, dim the lights, and settle in. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Broke He Dreamed, that last night in the cupboard, of a desert. The sand in the dream was orange and pale gold, and it stretched out to a ring of cliffs at the edge of the world. Two shadows stood in the center of that flat, waiting place. One was small and curled in on itself, a man with glasses and kind, tired eyes and a shirt the color of old rust. The other was a mountain in the rough shape of a person, too wide for the sand to properly hold, as if the sand had a preference and was doing its best. The mountain was green. The man was looking up at it without fear. They had been talking about something, the two of them, for so long that Harry had the impression the conversation had been going on his whole life and no part of it had ever reached the room where he slept. "It's all right," the small man was saying to the mountain, so softly that Harry had to lean in to hear. "It's all right. You did good. Come home." The mountain did not speak. It only crouched, and the sand shifted under its weight like water, and it lowered its enormous head until its forehead touched the small man's forehead, and they stood like that, green skin to warm skin, a long while. Harry, in the dream, said, "Are you me?" Neither of them looked up. But the mountain moved one hand very slightly, palm turned out, as if to say, "You are too small, not yet, soon." And the sand blew up in a hot breath, and the dream broke apart like a page torn out of a book. Harry opened his eyes in the dark of the cupboard and did not remember any of it on purpose. Only the color stayed. Only the green. The cupboard under the stairs had been built for a vacuum cleaner. It now contained a boy, a thin mattress, a spider Harry had named without telling anyone, and a pair of broken glasses held together by tape so old it had turned the color of tea. There were also, stacked behind his head like a second pillow, three things Harry had learned never to speak of in his aunt's house. A screwdriver whose shaft he had accidentally bent. A door latch he had accidentally popped off. And, flattest of all, a dented metal cup that had been made of stainless steel before Harry squeezed it. He was 11 years old that summer, and he was beginning to suspect he was not built right. Up. Petunia's voice came through the cupboard door with the dry, irritated snap of a rubber band against a knuckle. Harry was already up. He had been up since before dawn, staring at the slats of the stairs above his head and trying, one slow breath at a time, to will his heart to beat slower. His heart had been loud lately. When Dudley sat on him yesterday for the crime of existing near his television, Harry had been able to feel his own pulse in his teeth. That wasn't right, was it? People's pulses lived in their wrists and their throats. They were supposed to be polite about it. He got dressed without turning on the light because the bulb in the cupboard had blown 2 days ago when he'd sneezed. He climbed out, flinched from the kitchen brightness, and started on the bacon. Dudley thundered down the stairs like a breaking cupboard and shouted about presents. There were presents piled on the table like a small mountain range. Uncle Vernon's mustache moved in a way that communicated satisfaction. Petunia was cooing. Harry, at the stove, counted the presents the way he counted slats above his bed at night. 36. Maybe 37. Last year had been 35. Last year Dudley had also thrown a car at the garage door for not being the right blue, and the garage door still had the dent. "Where's Mrs. Fig?" Petunia asked the phone, stiffly. Oh. Oh, no. Well. She hung up. Something like a small unhappy bird flitted behind her eyes. "She's broken her leg," Petunia said. "We'll have to take him." Dudley began, on cue, to cry. Real tears, big fat wet ones, as if the simple fact of Harry's presence at the zoo had punctured some critical valve in him. Aunt Petunia made soothing noises. Uncle Vernon rumbled. Harry stood very still at the stove with a bacon-heavy fork in his hand and, very slowly, bent the tines back straight before anyone noticed. He had bent them on accident just by gripping. He did that a lot now. The zoo was loud and smelled of hot asphalt and animal and sticky rope. Harry walked where Aunt Petunia's thin, anxious shoulder pointed, which was far behind Dudley and his horrible friend Piers Polkiss, and far enough from the family to look like he did not belong to them. Which was accurate. He had a half-melted ice lolly that Dudley had rejected because the one he'd wanted was a different color, and Harry held it up to his forehead in the heat and tried not to notice the way the fence rail under his other hand was, very slightly, bowing. He let go of the rail. He kept walking. The reptile house was dim and cool, and Harry loved it instantly. The python behind the thick green glass was the longest creature Harry had ever seen in person, coiled in on itself in a way that felt kind. It was sleeping. Its black tongue flickered between its lips as if telling itself a story. "Do something," Dudley demanded at the glass, bashing it with a pink fist. The snake did not do something. Harry drifted closer, and the snake's head rose a little, and Harry said, without speaking, the way you sometimes speak to a tired animal that is tired of humans, "Sorry about him." The snake's head tilted. Harry's breath caught in his chest. Inside his head, a voice that was not human and not, strictly speaking, a voice, said something that felt like, "This one understands." Dudley shoved Harry so hard Harry's nose bumped the glass. Harry had been off balance. He should have been humiliated. Instead, the rail beneath his steadying hand creaked, and the reptile house's distant hum became, for 1 second, very loud in his ears, a ringing that was almost a roar, and Harry felt, in the small of his back, a thing he had felt only twice in his life before today. The feeling was like standing at the edge of a cliff while the ground politely began to grow underneath him. The glass of the python's enclosure, without anyone touching it, vanished. Vanished. Not shattered. Just, not there. The snake poured out in a slow, delighted ripple of muscle. It cruised past Dudley's legs with the expression of a commuter finding the express train. Dudley screamed. Piers screamed. Aunt Petunia screamed. The snake stopped at Harry's feet, raised its heavy, elegant head, looked him in the eye, and mouthed something that felt to Harry like "Thanks, amigo." Then it got on with its escape. Behind Harry, Dudley was inside the enclosure now. Nobody could explain how. The glass, very politely and in absolute silence, had come back. Dudley was banging on the inside of it with his small, outraged fists, making noises that were not words. Harry. Uncle Vernon was purple. Harry tried very hard not to laugh. His chest shook with the effort. Something in him, very close to the ringing roar feeling, was having the time of its life. The drive home was not pleasant. Uncle Vernon locked him in the cupboard until Christmas. Christmas was 5 months away. Harry sat in the dark and listened to his heart. His heart, for once, was calm. He worried about the snake finding its way to Brazil, that was the word Harry thought, Brazil, not sure where it had come from, and then he worried about Dudley's friends telling everyone in school, and then he worried about whether Aunt Petunia was right that he was a freak, and then, last of all, he worried about the way the rail in the reptile house had bent. He was sitting on the mattress. He looked at his hands. He flexed his fingers, slowly. Last winter, in gym class, a boy named Henry Carlyle had tried to hit Harry with a rounder's bat. Henry had swung with the full strength of a 12-year-old who had been told by his older brother that this was the move. The bat had connected with Harry's shoulder. The bat had snapped. Not bent, snapped in half, at the barrel, with a clean dry crack. Harry's shoulder had not hurt. Harry's shoulder had not even marked. Henry Carlisle had run away so fast he had lost a shoe. Harry had picked up the pieces of the bat and brought them to the bin and told the teacher it must have been cracked already. The teacher had seemed, distantly, to want to believe him. Teachers always did. Harry made a fist in the dark of the cupboard. The fist felt strong. It felt, what was the word Aunt Petunia used sometimes, when she had had a glass of wine with dinner and thought Harry could not hear through the wall, it felt uncanny. It felt uncanny. Yes. Something inside him was bigger than the outside of him, and every few weeks, when the world pushed him, the inside reached out and pressed back, just a little, to remind the world it was there. He pressed his palm against the wood of the cupboard wall. Not hard. Not to break it. Just to lean. The wood creaked. Harry pulled his hand back as if he had touched a stove. Not tonight, he whispered to himself, to his heart, to whatever the thing was. Please. Because if Uncle Vernon caught him breaking the house, Uncle Vernon would do what Uncle Vernon always threatened to do, and Harry did not, yet, want to find out what he himself would do in response. The letter came on a Tuesday. Harry had been allowed out of the cupboard because the post needed fetching and nobody else wanted to get up. He walked barefoot on the cold hall tiles, yawning, collected the pile, and glanced at it. Bill. Bill. Something from Aunt Marge promising bad news. A postcard from a place Uncle Vernon had never been. And a thick, yellowing, heavy envelope, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry stopped in the hallway with the letter in his hand and felt his own pulse, quiet all week, pick up and pick up and pick up. He knew, with the cold certain precision of a child who has been starved of explanations, that this letter was for him. Someone out there had written his name. Someone out there knew where he slept. Uncle Vernon tore it out of his hand in the kitchen and went white. Then purple. Then, over the course of 3 minutes, a color that Harry had not previously seen on a human being. No, Vernon said. Then, louder, with a little gob of spit, N.O. Petunia, from the sink, made a noise that was not quite a word. Her hands were shaking. The letters kept coming. 1 a day, then 10 a day, then 50 a day. Vernon nailed a board over the letter slot. The letters came through the gaps in the skirting. Vernon nailed another board over the new route. The letters came up through the drain. The house began, subtly, to smell of envelopes. Dudley cried. Petunia cleaned the oven 4 times in 2 days. Vernon got that smile people get before they do something they'll regret. On Sunday he announced, with grand trembling ceremony, that they were going away. Where? Harry said. Far, said Uncle Vernon. Far, far. Far was a wet, miserable little rock in the middle of a cold black stretch of sea. The cabin on it was not a cabin so much as a damp invitation to pneumonia. Vernon had rented a boat. The boatman had taken one look at Vernon, named a price that was 3 times the proper price, and been paid in cash. The rain came in sideways. The sea drummed against the windows as if it had been asked a question and was working on the answer. Harry ate a biscuit. He counted the cracks between the floorboards. He noticed, in the dim, that his birthday was 2 hours away. He used his finger to draw a cake on the dusty floor. 11 candles. He blew the dust. 11, he said, very quietly. He wished for nothing. Wishing was for people who expected things. And outside, the door of the cabin, which had been bolted and barred with a chair jammed under the handle and the boatman's iron or braced across the top, that door, fell off its hinges. Just fell. 200 pounds of soggy wood hit the stones of the floor with a thud that made the lamp swing. In the rectangle of night where the door used to be, standing, was a man about twice as wide as any doorway Harry had ever seen. Sorry 'bout that, the man said. Bit tetchy, doors, me. Harry had never seen a person who looked like Rubeus Hagrid. Hagrid was a mountain in a coat. He had a beard like a black hedge that had accidentally grown into a face. He had hands that could palm a car. He had a small pink umbrella with a wonky end that he held like a conductor's baton. He ducked, and ducked again, and ducked a third time, and still banged his head on a beam on the way in. The beam cracked. Hagrid patted it apologetically. Uncle Vernon came down the stairs with a shotgun. It was actually a shotgun. Harry had not known Uncle Vernon owned a shotgun. Vernon held it as if he did not know he owned one either, which was perhaps why the barrel wavered. "Out," Vernon said. His voice was not his own. It was the kind of voice a small dog makes when something enormous walks past its fence. "You. Out." Hagrid looked at the gun. He looked at Vernon. "Don't be daft," Hagrid said. He reached out, very casually, and took the shotgun from Uncle Vernon's hands the way an adult takes scissors from a toddler. He did not twist, did not yank. He just took it. Vernon blinked. Hagrid made a loose fist around the barrel. He tied the barrel into a knot. Harry watched the cold blue metal of a shotgun barrel bend, with a faint complaining sound, into a bow. Hagrid gave it back to Uncle Vernon, who dropped it on his own foot. "Now," Hagrid said, and turned, and saw Harry for the first time. Something happened to his face. It was a very small something. Harry, who had spent his whole life watching faces for any signal of kindness, caught it. Hagrid's eyes softened, and then, just for a fraction, maybe half a second, they did a thing that Harry would think about for years afterwards. They darted sideways. Like a man who has heard a sound from a house he has been told is empty and has decided not to mention hearing it. "Harry," Hagrid said. "Blimey. Yeri the image of M. Are to look at ya and not see M." Harry didn't know what to say to that. His throat stopped working. Hagrid fished inside his enormous coat. He pulled out, in sequence, a squashed cake that said "Happy Birthday Harry" in icing, a fat brown envelope, a gently writhing paper bag that Harry thought he would ask about later, and a kettle. "Happy birthday," Hagrid said. Harry took the cake. He held the cake in both hands and looked down at it, and his chest did a thing it had never done before in front of another person. It went tight and tighter, and stayed tight, and then, all at once, something inside him relaxed that he had not known was clenched. A tear, very small, hit the cake. "Oh now," Hagrid said, "oh now." "Sorry," Harry said. "Don't apologize," Hagrid said. "Not fair bein' glad." And then, as if changing the subject for kindness, louder and more cheerful, "Where's me mug?" He rummaged again. He produced a mug. He boiled water with a poke of his pink umbrella and a mutter. Harry stared. "Yeah," Hagrid said, as if replying to the stare, "Yeri a wizard, Harry." Uncle Vernon, who had been standing with his useless broken gun during all of this, finally found a voice. "No," he said. "He's not. Absolutely, not." "He is," Hagrid said, turning. "And you've known it. You've known it every ruddy day." "We tried to stamp it out of him," Petunia said, from the corner, where Harry had not seen her until now. The sentence landed in Harry like a cold hand on the back of his neck. Hagrid rounded on her. His coat was smoking a little where it had brushed the stove. He did not notice. "Stamp it out," Hagrid said. "Stamp it out." He stepped forward, and the floorboards of the little cabin, which had not been built with Hagrid in mind, made a sincere protest. "Do ye have the faintest idea what ye've been raisin' under your stairs, Petunia Evans?" "Desley," Petunia whispered. "I know what your name is," Hagrid said. "I knew your sister." Your sister would've," he didn't finish. His shoulders shook. He turned away, very deliberately, and pretended to be very interested in the kettle. Uncle Vernon, perhaps emboldened by Hagrid not looking, lunged forward and grabbed Harry by the shoulder. "We," said Uncle Vernon, are leaving. Come on, boy. Harry's shoulder did not bruise. Uncle Vernon's fingers, however, went white, and then they went red, and then they began to ache, and Uncle Vernon's face began to change colors again. Harry had not moved. Uncle Vernon was gripping as hard as he could grip. Harry was vaguely aware of feeling, the slight, dull pressure of 5 fingers on his collarbone, the way one feels a drop of rain through a coat. Harry, Hagrid said, without turning around. Don't let, Harry looked up at Uncle Vernon. For the first time in his life, Harry really looked at Uncle Vernon. Really saw the little burst veins in the nose, the wet glint of sweat, the fear. The fear was the new thing. Harry had never seen Uncle Vernon afraid before. Afraid of what Hagrid had said. Afraid of what Petunia had said. Afraid of Harry. Something in Harry answered. The ringing roar, the bent rail feeling, the cliff edge feeling. It rose up his spine in one long, slow, luxurious stretch, like a cat waking up. Harry felt, inside his ears, heat. He felt, behind his eyes, something the color of Harry. Hagrid was there. He had crossed the room. He had not seemed to cross the room. He was between them. His huge hand was on Harry's other shoulder, gentle as a mitt. His face was close. Breathe with me, lad, Hagrid said. Breathe with me. In. Out. In. Out. That's it. Good lad. Harry breathed. Something in him, very slowly, stepped back from the edge. Uncle Vernon let go of Harry's shoulder like he had been holding a hot pan. He staggered 3 steps back and sat down, hard, on the floor. Harry, Hagrid said again. Yeah, don't have to be afraid of it. Yeah, hear me? Yeah, don't. Afraid of what? Harry said. Hagrid didn't answer. Harry sat on the floor of the little cabin with his piece of cake on his knee, and Hagrid sat across from him on the reinforced end of the only chair, and the fire Hagrid had started in the rusted grate did more to warm the room than anything had done in 2 days. Wizard, Harry said. Me. Yeah. And Mum and Dad were, the best, Hagrid said simply. Better'n anything you'll hear in books. James Potter was a brave, brave man. Your mum was brighter'n a goblin-forged lantern. Kinder'n anyone I ever knew. He paused. Kind, specially to, well. To people what were hutton, dot. Like who? Hagrid's eyes did the sideways flicker again. People who was hutton, he repeated. That's all I can say. Harry tilted his head. He was not a boy who let things go, in his head. He never had been. Petunia had once told him this was what was wrong with him. You turn things over, she'd said, like a crow with a button. Decent children don't. Harry had turned that sentence over too, like a button, for a year and a half. He filed away Hagrid's flicker, and he took a bite of cake. Why am I the way I am? Harry asked. He asked it quietly. He asked it as if he already half knew the answer. Hagrid's face was lit strange and orange by the fire. You're a wizard, Harry. I don't mean magic, Harry said. I don't mean magic either, Hagrid said. They were both quiet for a long moment. The rain drummed. Something happened the night you was left at the Dursleys, Hagrid said finally, slowly, picking his way like a man across a bog. Something as it weren't just ordinary magic that shielded ye. I was the one found ye. Serious, never mind that. I was the one took ye out o' the rubble. And, your skin, Harry. Your little skin. When I picked ye up your skin was warm like you'd just come out of a summer lake. And, the rubble all around ye, iron and stone, were. He stopped. Were what? Crumpled, Harry. Like a fist had come through it. Harry felt his cake forget how to be interesting. Crumpled on the inside, mind, Hagrid said. Like something had punched the house from underneath. Not up. Out. From inside. We thought it were your magic, reactin'. Must have been, eh? That's what Albus said. But I've never, in all me years, seen a baby's magic crumple iron. He shook his head. And I lifted ya up, and your eyes were, what? Harry whispered. Green, Hagrid said. Green like your mum's. Green like, not like anything else. Green like a sea at thunder. The fire in the grate popped. I'm scared of myself, Harry said. He had never said it out loud before. I know, lad, Hagrid said. I know. There's something inside me. Yeah, Hagrid said. There is. I don't know what. But there is. And it's not a bad thing, Harry. He leaned in. The reinforced chair groaned. It's not a bad thing. Do ya hear me? Somethin' as saved your life ain't bad by nature. Somethin' as kept ya breathin' when a killin' curse came for ya, that's not a bad thing, that's a gift. It just needs to be taught manners. Harry wiped his nose on his sleeve. Can it be? He said. Taught. Manners. Anything can be, Hagrid said. Even me. He tried to smile. Harry, despite everything, felt his own face do the same thing. The fire burned low. Uncle Vernon had crawled back up the stairs and could be heard muttering at Petunia through the bedroom floor. Dudley was, it transpired, hiding in the toilet. Hagrid and Harry sat together in the quiet and ate the dregs of the cake, and Hagrid told stories. Stories about a castle. Stories about a sport played on brooms. Stories about the people who had made Harry, and the people who had tried to unmake him, and, Hagrid was a little vague here, the people who had, perhaps, paid the price for standing between. He was avoiding the question of the thing inside Harry. Harry noticed. Harry kept an eye on it, the way Petunia always said he kept an eye on things, like a crow. Hagrid, Harry said, much later. Is there anyone else, who's like me? Hagrid paused so long Harry thought he'd gone to sleep sitting up. Not exactly like ya, I don't think, Hagrid said at last. There's a man called Dumbledore. The headmaster. He's wise as a mountain. He'll be your best guide on what ya are. His brow furrowed. There is one other. And I don't know if he'll help, but he knew your mother better and most. Hagrid's eyes did a thing Harry would later learn to read as Hagrid regretting starting a sentence. He'll be one o' your teachers. Don't tell anyone I said this. But if ye ever need ter speak ter a person as has seen more dark than most, he'll listen. Even if he bites. His name's Snape. Snape, Harry said. He rolled the word in his mouth. It felt short and sharp. I. Hagrid sniffed. Hagrid, Harry said. Tell me about the school. The castle. Hagrid brightened like a man asked to describe his favorite dog. Oh, he said. Oh, Harry. Ye've never seen anythin'. Ye'll come over the lake in the boats at night, and there'll be 1,000 lights in the windows, and turrets like somethin' off a coin, and the grass'll smell of old summer even when it's December. There's a ceiling what's charmed to show the sky, clouds and stars and all, ye'll look up and think ye're outdoors. There's ghosts. There's more staircases than there's rooms. And the kitchens, ye'll never go hungry. Never. His voice cracked a little on the word hungry. He cleared it and went on. They sort the first night. Into houses. For houses, there are, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin. Your mum and dad were Gryffindors, both. Which one is, hard to break things in? Harry asked, and then flushed, because it was a stupid question, and also because it wasn't. Hagrid gave him a long, thoughtful look. All of them are hard, he said. Hogwarts is built on foundations older than ya or me. But. He leaned closer. If Yeri worried about doing damage, Harry, know this, the castle forgives. The stone's been hexed and cursed and hit with every mad spell in the book for 1,000 years. Ye can't hurt it. So ye needn't walk on eggshells when ye get there. Walk on your own feet. Harry nodded, slowly. He filed that, too, in the folder inside his head labeled things I will need. And, there's other kids like me? Harry asked. Kids with magic? Hundreds, Hagrid said. And, they'll be just like any kids you've ever met, except some of them will have a slight problem with ears on their elbows and some of them will have a fondness for exploding crackers, and one or two will be perfect little terrors. You'll meet a Weasley or two, mark me. You'll like them. Everyone does. And, the green? Harry asked quietly. The thing in me? Hagrid's smile softened. I won't lie to ya, Harry. Ye'll have to be careful, at first. But Dumbledore'll meet ya at the gates if he has ter. He's got ideas. He's always got ideas. And, ye'll have classes fair control in things. There's a man, teaches defense against the dark arts. There's Professor McGonagall, she could stop a charging hippogriff with a look. Snape, like I said, knows his way around a crowded mind. And, there's your own classmates. Yet be surprised what friends can do, when they know what ya are and, they stand with ya anyway. He said this last bit as if he were saying a thing he had rehearsed once long ago and half forgotten, and was only just now realizing it applied. Harry, who had never had a friend and did not know what one felt like, tried to imagine it. The image wobbled and blurred. He tried again. This time it was sharper. Two faces he did not know. One with hair the color of bad rust, one with hair the color of a bushy brown cloud. He didn't know why. He just knew. There's a prophecy about ya, Hagrid said, and then flinched as if he had been asked to swallow a spoon. I wasn't meant to, forget I said prophecy. That's Dumbledore's to explain, not mine. What? Forget I said it. Hagrid. Dumbledore. Harry gave up. He tucked prophecy into the folder alongside manners and the bent shotgun and the green. Is there someone who killed them? Harry said. He had not meant to ask. It came out. My mum and dad. Hagrid went very still. Yes, he said. Who? Hagrid's enormous mouth worked for a moment, as if the name kept slipping off his tongue like a wet fish. There's those as won't say his name, Hagrid said. I'm one of them. Daft, I know. But his name still has teeth. You'll hear him called you know who. That's him. He was a wizard what went bad. Worst there's been in 100 years. Worse, some say. And, he came fair your mum and dad on Halloween a decade ago, and then he came fair ya. And he didn't manage it, Hagrid said. That's the one thing anyone agrees on. He put his killin' spell on ya and it bounced. It took him apart. Nobody's seen him in 10 years. Ye've a scar on your forehead from it. That's the reason the wizardin' world knows ya, Harry. Yeri the boy what survived a thing what's never been survived. Harry lifted his fingers to the old lightning shape on his brow and pressed. The scar felt, as it always did, faintly warm. Warmer tonight than usual. As if someone in the next room had just turned to look at it. Did the green, did that save me? Harry asked, very quietly. Hagrid looked at him for a long time. I don't know, he said, at last. But I wouldn't be surprised. The fire popped once more. A gust of sea wind came in through the broken doorway and made the kettle swing. Harry was quiet for so long that Hagrid began to look worried. "All right, lad." "I'm thinking," Harry said. "That's all right," Hagrid said. "That's all right, thinkin', dot." Harry put the last of the cake in his mouth. It tasted of burnt sugar and something chemical that must have been the food coloring, and of Hagrid's affection, which was its own flavor. He stood. The floorboards creaked under his feet. He tried not to notice. He walked to the door-shaped gap where the door had been, and he looked out across the rocks to the churning black water, and for a moment something in him, the thing, wanted to throw itself off the rock and swim until it outran everything. He felt it want to. He felt, more clearly than he had felt anything in his life, that the thing was not him, and also that it was him, and also that both of those things could, with a lot of care, be true. He turned back to the room. The shotgun Vernon had dropped was on the floor by the wall. Harry picked it up. He had intended to hand it out the window to the sea so nobody could hurt anybody else with it. He held it with one hand. He gripped it, just to lift, and the barrel, which Hagrid had already put a single neat bow into, folded again in Harry's fingers, as easy as a pipe cleaner. Harry froze. The barrel now resembled a hairpin. The stock creaked in his other hand. Harry slowly, set it down. He looked at his open palm. Hagrid was looking too. Not in surprise. Not in disapproval. In something a little closer to grief. "It's all right, Harry," Hagrid said softly. "It's not," Harry said. "It is. It will be." Harry stared at his palm. He felt the ringing roar in the back of his head, distant now, a tide going out. A voice, not words, spoke inside his skull. It was not Aunt Petunia's voice, or Uncle Vernon's, or his own. It was a sound, a kind of humming, like some huge animal breathing very slowly in a cave far below the house, in a place so deep that Harry had not known there was a cave. It said, without using words, "There. There. I have you." Harry did not know what to do with that. He said, into the quiet of his mind, back, "Who are you?" The humming, for a moment, almost laughed. Not an unkind laugh. A tired one. The kind of laugh a very old person makes when they are asked a question that has no short answer. "Friend," it offered. Harry closed his fingers slowly on the hairpin shotgun. "Okay," he said aloud. Hagrid looked up. "Okay. Who's going to teach me manners?" "Dumbledore'll start ya off," Hagrid said. "Then the whole lot of us." "You're not doin' this alone, Harry." Harry nodded. He placed the bent shotgun gently on the table. He put his cake plate on top of it, to hide it, because if he left it out Uncle Vernon would see it when he came back down and his uncle had had a hard enough day. Then he turned to Hagrid, and for the first time in his life, said something that he had never been allowed to say to anyone, ever, about anything. "I want to go with you," Harry said. "Please." "Oh," Hagrid said, and his eyes got wet again. "Oh, lad. Oh, course." They left in the morning. The rain had stopped. A thin, pink light lay over the wet rocks. Hagrid's boat, which had not been Hagrid's boat the night before but which Hagrid had seemed to acquire by the simple act of stepping into it, was tied at the bottom of the slope. The boatman was nowhere to be seen. Uncle Vernon stood in the doorway in his dressing gown and did not come down. Petunia stood behind him and did not come down. Dudley was a shape in an upstairs window. Harry did not have a bag. He had never had anything worth a bag. He had, in his pockets, the small spider from the cupboard. He had felt bad about leaving the spider, and he had, at the last moment, cupped it in his palm and slipped it into his shirt pocket, and the dented metal cup, which he had decided to keep as a souvenir of who he had been until this week. He walked down the rocks with Hagrid, and at the bottom, he stopped. He turned around. Looking up at the cabin, at the stupid broken doorway, at the sagging roof, at the distant pale shapes of the only family he had ever been given, Harry felt, for the first time in his memory, something in him that was not afraid of them. Not angry at them either. Just, bigger than them. Uncle Vernon could not hurt him. That was true. That had, quietly, been true for weeks now. It was only today that Harry could say it to himself in a room with windows. Inside his head, the humming creature hummed a note that was satisfaction. Harry felt his mouth pull up at one corner, not exactly a smile. "Goodbye," he said. Petunia, up there in the doorway, did something Harry had not expected. She opened her mouth as if she were going to speak. She did not. She closed it again, and looked down, and her thin knuckles were white on the doorframe. It was the closest thing to a goodbye Harry had ever received from her. He took it. He turned around. "Right," Hagrid said. "London, then." "London," Harry agreed, and stepped into the boat, which rocked once politely under Hagrid's weight and not at all under Harry's. "Ya know what we call that place you're goin'?" Hagrid said, pushing off with the oar. "Hogwarts." "No. It's the safest place in the world," Hagrid said. A thing in Harry's head, quieter now, tame as a dog in the evening, added, "For you, maybe." Harry grinned. He didn't mean to grin. The grin happened. Hagrid glanced down at him, caught sight of it, and grinned back, and something in the morning grew a little warmer than the sun alone could have made it. Hagrid pulled out of his coat, then, a small square of folded paper tied with twine, which he passed to Harry like a man passing a relic. "This is your list," he said. "Your supplies. We'll sort it all today, and then we'll put ya on a train that'll carry ya fair real. Don't worry about the money. Your parents left ya some." Harry unfolded the list with two careful fingers, because he had learned, these last months, that paper sometimes tore under his hands, and read, very slowly, lines about robes and cauldrons and a wand. The word wand, on the page, made something in his chest flutter. The word friends was not on the list, but Harry read it between the lines anyway, the way one reads a promise in the spaces between a recipe's ingredients. Harry looked out across the cold sea and let his hand rest on the low wooden gunwale of the boat. The wood, under his fingers, did not crack. He was aware of every single fiber of it, the way you are aware of a wound healing, a slow itch that is also a gift. He was aware of how much he wanted not to break things. He was also aware, with a new, uneasy pride, that he could. The boat moved. The island fell behind. The little cabin grew small, and smaller still, until it was only a dot that could have been a cabin or could have been a seabird or could have been nothing at all, just a speck in memory, a door he had walked out of forever. Somewhere under his ribs, the thing in him turned over in its cave, settled, and slept. Harry Potter, 11 years old that morning, sat in the front of a boat that should not have held Rubeus Hagrid, on a sea that should have been rougher than it was, and tried, for the first time in his life, to imagine a future. He did not have the words for what he could see. He only knew it was green. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Gamma and Gold. London was bigger than Harry had been told. That was the first thought he had, stepping off a bus he had not known to expect, standing on a pavement so wide he could have laid out 3 cupboards end to end on it and had room left over. The sky above was the flat pewter color of an old coin. A pigeon, deeply uninterested in either of them, scuttled across Hagrid's boot and failed to be impressed. "Right," Hagrid said. "Leaky cauldron first. It's easier if ya don't blink." He walked Harry up to a door between a record shop and a bookshop, which door Harry had not seen until Hagrid pointed at it. There was a sign, but the sign was being shy. Harry read the words "The Leaky Cauldron" while Hagrid held the door open and ducked into a room that smelled, Harry would learn, the way pubs smelled everywhere in the world, of old wood, old beer, old conversation, and 1,000 years of frying. The pub had been quiet when they walked in. It stopped being quiet. "Hagrid," said the barman, and then looked at Harry. His eyes moved up to the scar on Harry's forehead, and the pub heard them move. Every face turned. "Good gracious," someone said, so loudly they may have meant to say it in their head. It's Harry Potter. Chairs scraped. Harry stepped back and bumped the door. Hagrid, with a big placid hand, steadied his shoulder. They wanted, all of them, to shake his hand. A stooped old woman with a hat like a nest curtsied so low Harry thought she might never come up. A small trembling man with a purple turban said, "P.P. Potter, see can't T tell you how P pleased," and Harry, because he had no idea what to say, shook the hand and tried to make his own hand deliberately gentle so that he did not, accidentally, crush the bones. A black gentleman in a fine velvet coat bowed. A woman with spectacles and blue eyes dabbed her face with a handkerchief and said, "Bless," 6 times in a row. Harry's shoulders got tighter and tighter. His ears started to ring. He felt his pulse move out of its drawer behind his breastbone and into his jaw. Hagrid, reading him, placed a gentle arm between Harry and the next well-wisher. "Steady," he said quietly, to Harry more than anyone. "Breathe, lad. Breathe." And louder, to the pub, "We've got a full day, and the boys had a bit of a morning. Let us through, now, nicely, eh?" They let him through. Nicely. Out the back, Hagrid counted bricks above a dustbin, tapped 3 of them with his pink umbrella, and a hole opened in the wall of the world. Harry said, "Oh. Diagon Alley." It came at him all at once, like someone had pulled a cloth off a cage, a street that should not have fit in the gap behind the pub, a street lined with shops crammed in at angles that made your eyes relearn the rules of straight. There were cauldrons in a pile outside the cauldron shop. There were brooms in a window and boys pressed to the glass, their breath fogging. There were owls, dozens of owls, in a great aviary down the way, making their grave, soft, cold noises. There was a stone bank at the end of the alley, white and tilted, as if the building were considering falling over and had simply elected not to. Harry walked. He walked and he looked up. He looked up and he ran, very gently, his shoulder into a barrel. The barrel rolled. He caught it. The barrel was a barrel full of eels. The eels did not seem to mind. "All right there, lad," Hagrid said, laughing. "Yes," Harry said. He did not know the word for what he was. Yes was the closest thing. Gringotts. They went inside because Hagrid said they had to. The hall of the bank was a tall, cold hall full of goblins, and Harry liked them immediately. They were not polite. Polite had always made Harry nervous. The goblins moved in ways that said they would not lie to him about anything except money. His vault was deep beneath the city and was reached by a mine cart that went extremely fast and did not know the word safe. Harry loved this too. Inside his vault there was a mound of coins, gold and silver and bronze, higher than his head. Harry's mouth, against his best efforts, fell open. "Mine?" he said. "Yours," Hagrid said. "Your mum and dad's, first. Now yours." Harry crouched down, picked up a gold coin, and set it in his palm. He felt, for the first time in his life, the shape of a small future. His parents had left him a thing that was his own. They had not let him go into the world alone. They had thought ahead. They had loved him in the most practical way a person can love a child, by saving something for them. He filled a small leather sack. He did not take much more than he needed for the list. "Take more," Hagrid said. "The robes and books lead twice what ye think." "Oh," Harry said. "Right." He took a little more. The vault door clanged shut behind them like a door in a dream, and Harry tried not to look back, because if he looked back he was going to cry, and goblins did not, he sensed, look kindly on crying. Robes first, because they were easy. Madame Malkin stood Harry on a footstool, wrapped him in a soft black measuring thing, and hummed. A second boy, tall, pale, with hair the color of winter wheat, stood on the footstool next to his. The tall boy looked Harry up and down with the air of a dog evaluating another dog's worth. "Hogwarts," the boy said. "Yes. Father's buying me my books next door. Mother's looking at wands." Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry had never heard anyone our age sound like an adult with a thinning pension. He stared. Have you got your own broom? The boy asked. No, Harry said. Play Quidditch at all? No, Harry said. I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree. Do you know what house you'll be in yet? No, Harry said. He said it with the kind of patience that had, in his last school, annoyed even the teachers. Well, no one really knows until they get there, but I know I'll be in Slytherin, all our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff, I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Harry said. The boy went on. The boy said a little about riding trains and a little about mudbloods, a word that Harry did not know, and a little about a man called Hagrid who was apparently a savage and a drunk, and Harry, who had never in his life been on the other side of a person speaking disrespectfully about someone Harry loved, felt something inside him go from bored to awake. The ringing roar began, small, at the base of his skull. Harry caught himself. He set his teeth. He looked at the boy's pointy chin, and he said, quite carefully, Hagrid is my friend. The boy opened his mouth. The ringing roar was a warning signal, Harry realized. It had come to tell him, if you swing now, there won't be much of this boy left. Harry breathed. In. Out. Like Hagrid. The boy closed his mouth. Oh, said the boy. Well. Then we won't talk about him. Madame Malkin clipped the robe hem. All done, my dear. Harry got off the footstool. He walked out of the shop without looking back. Hagrid was waiting by the door with 2 enormous ice creams. All right, Harry. Yes, Harry said. Hagrid gave him the ice cream. Hagrid did not ask. Harry loved him for it. Flourish and Blots was a library shaped like a shop. Harry wanted to move in. The apothecary smelled enough to tell Harry, who had never smelled magic before, that magic had weight and texture as well as fumes. He picked out his cauldron, the solid pewter, standard size, and lifted it easily with 2 fingers, and then, feeling watched, made a small show of switching to holding it with both hands, the way he imagined a normal 11-year-old would. Hagrid bought him an owl for his birthday. Harry's throat closed up and his eyes stung, and he walked behind Hagrid for a while pretending to be very interested in the cobblestones. The owl, a small snowy one whose eyes caught the alley's lantern light and turned it gold, sat in her cage and regarded Harry with a personal, patient attention. He named her Hedwig by the end of the street. Then they stood in front of a narrow shop at the far end of the alley, a shop whose sign said, simply, Ollivanders, and whose windows were curtained, and whose door hung slightly ajar like a secret. Hagrid stopped. I'll just pop off fair a bit, Hagrid said. His eyes were doing that sideways flicker again. I've got an errand. Yeah, pick out your wand, Harry. I'll be back shortly. Harry nodded. Hagrid was gone between 2 shops like a cart through a narrow gate. Harry stepped inside alone. Ollivanders smelled of dust and paper and something like lightning. The shop was a very long, very thin room lined from floor to ceiling with narrow boxes. The man who owned it looked like he had been here as long as the boxes. His eyes were pale and wide and did not blink as often as was, in Harry's opinion, reasonable. Mr. Potter, said Mr. Ollivander. I wondered when I would see you. Hello, sir. Your mother, 9.5 inches. Swishy. Good for charms. Your father, 11 inches. Mahogany. Pliable. A little more power. The wand chooses the wizard, you understand. Always. Yes, sir, Harry said, though he did not yet understand, and would not until he had chosen, or been chosen by, 2,000 wands worth of wrong attempts. Ollivander measured him. A silver tape measure moved on its own and asked the bones in Harry's wrist for their opinions. Ollivander took the tape measure away after a minute and regarded Harry with faintly narrowed eyes. "Mr. Potter," he said softly. "You have a great deal of density. I don't mean that unkindly." "Oh," Harry said. "Let us try. This one first. Beechwood, unicorn hair, 10 inches. Firm. Give it a wave." Harry took the wand. He gave it a small, polite wave. The wand shivered. There was a smell of burning hair. 3 boxes above Harry's head jumped off their shelves. "No, no," Ollivander said, plucking the wand back out of Harry's grip. "No, not at all. Try this one. Rosewood, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. Very flexible." Harry took the wand. He waved. The wand cracked long ways up the middle before he had quite finished waving, and dust, literal dust, somehow, sprayed out of the fracture. Ollivander took it back with a twitch of his lips. "Interesting," he said, in the tone of a man watching something quite serious. He handed Harry a third wand. The third wand was still a wand when Harry took it, which was a good start. Harry tightened his fingers, just a little. The wand made a faint crackling sound, the way a stick in a campfire does just before it surrenders. "Don't grip it, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said quickly. "I'm not." "You are. A little. Please, hold it like a writing pen, not a sword." Harry tried. The wand was already, from the faint sweat of Harry's palm, warped half a degree out of true. Ollivander took it back with a face that was trying very hard not to be a face. "I have something," he said, after a long moment, "that I had not intended to offer an 11-year-old. He vanished into the back room and came out, what felt like an hour later, with a very plain pale box, dust thick on the top. "Holly and phoenix feather," he said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. This wand has a brother. I sold the brother a long time ago to a young man who used it to do terrible things. I have kept this one back. I did not want it to go to just anyone." He put the box gently in Harry's hand. "Open it." Harry opened it. He did not touch the wand with his palm. He touched it with one fingertip. The wand gave off a sound, not a sound, really, but the feeling of a sound, like a choir that had been missing a note. There was a soft explosion of faint gold sparks. Harry did not know he had stood up on the back of his neck. He closed his fingers around the wand, very gently, very, very gently, and the wand, for the first time all morning, did not creak. It held. It liked him. Ollivander, who had not been smiling, smiled. "Curious," he said. "Curious. Yes, Mr. Potter. Yes. This one." Harry looked at the wand and felt, somewhere under his ribs, in the cave where the humming creature lived, the humming creature lift its head and tilt it to listen. The humming was not displeased. That was good. Harry had been afraid it might be. "Thank you, sir," Harry said. Ollivander did not charge him very much. King's Cross Station, 3 weeks later, was a loud, busy place that smelled of coffee and iron and too many strangers. Harry stood at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 holding the trolley's handle with 3 fingers because he did not trust his other ones, and Hagrid, who could not come with him on the train, leaned down one last time. "Platform 9 and 3/4 is between Hagrid said. "Just walk straight at the wall, Harry. Don't stop. Don't look silly." "Don't look silly," Harry said. "Right. Noted." Hagrid hugged him. Hagrid was a mountain that hugged. Harry, for a second, thought of that desert dream again, and then put it down. "I'll see ya at the castle," Hagrid said. "Hagrid, yes." Harry hesitated. "Nothing," he said. "Thank you. For the owl." "Oh," Hagrid said. He cleared his throat. she's a good un. Go on. Go, lad. Ruddy train won't wait. Harry turned toward the wall. He did not see Hagrid wipe his eyes, because Hagrid was that kind of friend. He made sure you did not have to see his tears. Harry ran at the wall. He did not stop. He did not look silly. He came out the other side. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet, and long, and warm-looking. The platform swarmed with cats and owls and children and parents and a lot of hugs. Harry, who was not used to hugs, found a compartment at the very back where nobody was sitting, heaved his trunk up onto the rack in one smooth easy lift, and then remembered, too late, that people did not usually lift their trunks like that, and looked around furtively to check that nobody had seen. Nobody had. He sat down. A door opened. A red-haired boy leaned in. "Anyone sitting there?" the boy said. "Everywhere else is full." "No," Harry said. "Go on." The red-haired boy heaved his own trunk up. Harry watched carefully how real children did this. There was a lot of grunting, and sat down opposite. "I'm Ron," said the red-haired boy. "Weasley." "Harry." "Potter." Ron's freckles went still. He did not, thank the universe, shake Harry's hand. Instead he leaned forward, and his eyes got big in a way Harry had seen 100 times already that day, and then he pulled them back and settled his shoulders and said, on purpose, like, "Are you, really Harry Potter?" "Yeah." "Do you really have the—" Ron gestured at his forehead. Harry lifted his fringe. Ron whispered, "Core." Then the silence was awkward, so Harry, because something in him decided he was going to try very hard to be a regular boy on this train, said, "Do you want a sandwich?" "My, the woman at the leaky cauldron packed me way too many." Ron did. So they ate sandwiches. And when the snack trolley came, Harry bought 27 different things on purpose, because he had never bought 27 of anything, and Ron's eyes filled with grateful astonishment, and suddenly they were two boys on a train eating chocolate frogs and laughing when one of the frogs managed to leap out the window, and by the time an hour had passed Harry had what could, by a generous person, be described as a friend. A girl with a great deal of brown hair pushed the compartment door open at some point and said, "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost a toad," in the crisp voice of someone whose pronunciation has been inspected and approved by an adult committee. "No," Ron said. "Shut the door, eh?" The girl did not shut the door. The girl looked at Harry. "You're Harry Potter," she said, as though establishing a fact on a whiteboard. "I'm Hermione Granger. I've read about you. You're in modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century." Harry made a face that he hoped said, "I don't know what to do with this." "Are you really?" Ron said to Harry, doing a bad impression of astonishment. "Then let's tell her all about it, Hermione ignored Ron. She was looking, Harry realized, at Harry's hands. "Your hands are very," she said, and stopped. "Sorry. It's rude." "Never mind." Harry looked at his hands. He had been gripping the edge of the seat a little. There was a dent in the padding shaped like 5 small fingers. Harry let go. Hermione's expression did not move. But her eyes moved, to the dent, then to the window, then back to Harry, and in the window pause was the quick, efficient click of a mind making a note. Harry realized, with a cold and interested jolt, that this girl was the first stranger he had met today who had seen the dent and kept her mouth shut about it on purpose. "If you find the toad," Hermione said, briskly, "his name is Trevor, and he belongs to Neville Longbottom. We'll be at Hogwarts soon, you should change into your robes." She looked at Ron, who had dirt on his nose. "And you might want to wash your face." She left. The door clicked. "Honestly," Ron said. "Whatever house that one's in, I hope I'm not in it." Harry was thinking about the dent in the seat cushion, and about Hermione's eyes. They came over the lake at night. Hagrid had not lied. The castle was a storm of lit windows in the black, turrets like the edge of a crown, reflected in the water with the small wobble of reflected stars. A stern woman called Professor McGonagall met them on the steps. She was the kind of woman who made Harry want to straighten his spine. He did. The entrance hall was big enough to fit his cupboard twice over even considered vertically. Harry was trying not to stare. And then the Great Hall, and then the hat. The Sorting Hat was a tatty, leaning, patched old thing that the students all went quiet for. One by one, names were called. One by one, children sat down and the hat dropped over their ears and, after a moment of what looked to Harry like deep philosophical consideration, the hat shouted a house. Granger, Hermione. Hermione ran to the stool. She put the hat on with both hands. The hat took about 8 seconds longer than it had taken for anyone else. Gryffindor. The red and gold table cheered. Hermione, for a fraction of a second, looked astonished, and then pleased, and then, catching herself, composed. Malfoy, Draco. The tall pale boy from the robe shop. The hat had barely touched his head before it shouted Slytherin. Potter, Harry. The hall went still. It was the kind of still where the ceiling, the enchanted ceiling, showing a night full of thick black clouds, seemed to hold its breath too. Harry walked to the stool with his face exactly the shape he had decided his face would be, and he sat, and he put the hat on. The hat settled over his eyes. Inside his head, a voice said, "Oh." It was not the sort of "oh" you say at a birthday. It was the sort of "oh" you say when you walk into a room and discover a second room behind a curtain where you thought was just a wall. "Well, well," said the hat. "Well, well, well. Hm. Well. My. Harry waited. "I have not," said the hat, conversationally, "been in a head with a great deal of room at the bottom like this before. I am going to be candid, young Mr. Potter. There is something living with you." "I know," Harry thought back. "You know." "Good. Do you know what it is?" "No." "I was afraid you would say that," said the hat. "Neither do I, but it is listening to me right now, and it is not unkind to me, which is a great comfort, and I believe it likes this school. I believe it likes the lake. I believe it is, at the moment, somewhere under a great deal of tired, and it is waiting to see what we do with you." Put me where you put them, Harry thought. Put me with Hermione and with Ron. That's sentimental. I was going to say Slytherin. No, ha. You have some fire. Like your father. Like your mother too, come to think of it. Like, H.M. H.M. The hat paused. "There is," it said, "a person in the margins of you who is very frightened of being put in the wrong place. A person, yes, a person, who has been put in the wrong place a very great number of times. I see that. We will not do that to him again." Harry felt tears sting behind his closed eyes. "Very well," said the hat. "I will give you what you ask for, because I think, more than any child I have sorted in a generation, you will need your friends. Let us be bold. Let us be a good fire rather than a hot one. Let us try, Gryffindor." The hall exploded. Harry stood up. He took the hat off. He was trembling. He walked to the Gryffindor table because he did not know where else to walk, and Ron and Hermione were both there, and Ron was on his feet cheering, and Hermione scooched over to make room, and Harry sat down, and for the first time in his life he sat at a table where he had been wanted. He did not notice Professor Snape, at the high table, staring at him. But Snape stared. Snape stared for a long time. And for one moment, watching the way Harry's fingers curled around the edge of the plate, the way the plate seemed to bend a fraction under the pressure, Snape's eyes went wide, and his hand closed, reflexively, on the black wand under the table. Harry's first weeks at Hogwarts were a strange apprenticeship in being small. Magic was hard. Not the way lessons are hard, the way dancing is hard if you are a boy who can lift a horse. The wand movement for Wingardium Leviosa required a fine, controlled Flick, and Harry had, on his first Wednesday, flicked, and his quill had leapt up off the desk, punched the ceiling, embedded 3 feet up in a beam, and stayed there for a week. That is not, Professor Flitwick said, blinking up from the lectern, the conventional outcome. Hermione, beside him, covered her laugh with her sleeve. Harry, red to the tips of his ears, stared at his desk and discovered he had also left 4 finger-shaped indentations in the pine. After class, Flitwick, who was, Harry had decided, a kind man in a very small body, asked Harry to stay behind. Your magic, Flitwick said gently, is, not weak. No, sir. Nor is it, I think, all, what shall we say, one flavor. Harry looked at him. Some students, Flitwick said, climbing onto a stack of books so he could look Harry in the eye, have more in the tank than others. With those students, our method is not to push them harder. It is to teach them to draw only what they need. Like a pipe, Mr. Potter. Or a tap. We do not judge a tap for what the reservoir is. We judge it on whether it can pour only 1 glass when only 1 glass is asked. Harry nodded slowly. I can help you, Flitwick said. You will come to my office on Mondays after supper, and we will practice with a very small jug, and a very small glass. Do you know why? So I don't flood anything, Harry said. So you don't, Flitwick agreed. Off you go. Harry went. He went to Flitwick's Monday evenings with enormous relief. He learned, there, to cast spells that did not dent ceilings. He also learned, privately, that the thing inside him, the cave creature, could be called at the edge of his control, or it could come uninvited, and that the difference between the two was the difference between a boat at anchor and a boat in a storm. Snape was a different kind of teacher. The first potions lesson had been an ambush. Potter, Snape had said, without looking up from his roll. Our new celebrity. The word had landed like a small slap. Harry had kept his face still. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry had not known. Neither had Ron. Hermione's hand, of course, had shot up. Snape had ignored her. Tell me, Potter, where would you look, if I told you to find me a bezoar? I don't know, sir, Harry said. Pity, Snape said. Let us try again. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry's jaw set. The thing in him, quite mildly, stretched. And Snape saw it. Harry did not realize at the time that Snape saw it. Only months later, long months, after blood and salt and smoke, would Harry replay that moment in his head and understand. In that first lesson, as Snape baited him, there had come a point when Harry's green eyes had, for a quarter of a second, held a glint of something that was not Lily's and was not James's and was not a child's at all. Snape had stopped talking mid-sentence. Snape had lowered his arms. Snape had said, quietly, a different question entirely. Sit, Potter, Snape had said. 10 points from Gryffindor for not opening your book. And that had been that. Harry had sat. The class had returned to itself. But Snape had not, after that, baited Harry again with venom in front of the others. Snape had, instead, begun to watch him. The way a man watches a dog he does not yet know will bite. Draco Malfoy, who had expected cold weather between him and Harry and was now enjoying it, took every chance he found to needle in a corridor. One morning, outside the Great Hall, Malfoy bumped his shoulder against Harry's and said, for the benefit of Crabbe and Goyle, watch the trolls, Potter. I hear you break everything you touch. Harry turned to him. Malfoy's 2 thugs took a careful half-step back. Malfoy did not. Harry, who had spent 100 hours at Flitwick's Monday jug and glass, did something he would not have thought himself capable of at the start of term. He did nothing. He did nothing, and he smiled a very small, very tired smile, and he walked on. Behind him, Ron said, under his breath, Blimey. What? Harry said. You just let him. Yeah, Harry said. Since when? Since today, Harry said. Hermione, catching up, beamed at her toes. Quidditch tryouts had come, and Harry had not gone, because a fast-moving boy on a fast-moving broom could, if he gripped too hard, do something to a broom could not come back from. McGonagall had mentioned it once, hopeful. Harry had declined. She had not pushed. She had only said, "A pity," and patted his shoulder, and moved on. Hermione had a cauldron of ideas. She pulled Harry aside in the library one evening in October and laid out, on the table, 3 books and a crumpled roll of parchment with 7 bullet points in her round, small handwriting. Breathing exercises, she said. Cognitive anchoring. The diaphragm trick from the healer's manual. A wand that acts as a focus so your body doesn't do the work. An object, I was thinking a bracelet, to touch when you feel the rise. A routine. Hermione, I'm not asking questions I don't have answers to, Harry, she said. But I think you could use a routine. Why are you doing this? She looked at him with a furrowed seriousness that made her look, briefly, 40 years old. Because you don't know what you are, she said, and the teachers don't know what you are, and Ron's terrible at this, and someone should be on your side of it, not asking you to be less. Harry blinked very hard. Thank you, he said. Oh, don't be soft, Hermione said, going briskly back into her parchment. Now, what I propose is a schedule. Ron, at the next table, not looking up from his chess, said, I'm on your side of it too. I do it with food. And, you know. Laughs. That counts, Harry said. He did not trust his voice. It had gone funny. By the end of October, Harry could lift a quill with Wingardium Leviosa without embedding it in a beam. He could shake Neville Longbottom's hand without leaving a faint red mark. He could sit in a chair without making it groan twice. He still, sometimes, dreamed of a desert, and sometimes, in the dream, a small man in a rust shirt looked over and saw him, and nodded once, and went back to talking to the mountain. Halloween came faster than Harry had expected. The castle, which Hagrid had promised would forgive him, did forgive him. The castle let Harry break 2 banisters and a suit of armor in a hallway, very quietly, and nobody blamed him out loud. Harry had learned, over a month of classes, to hold his own quill with only 3 fingers so the shaft did not snap. He had learned to sit on a chair by sitting on the chair, not by lowering himself onto the chair. He had learned, under the stone in the bathroom on the 1st floor where he had discovered a blessedly unkillable sink, to let the thing inside him out in one long, slow breath, into porcelain that could not be hurt. Hermione caught him doing it once. She did not say anything. She walked away, and the next morning at breakfast she slid a thin book toward him with the title Meditation for the Anxious Young Wizard. She had read it already, little flags marked the pages she thought he should start with. Harry had not known what to say. He had, instead, slid back his fried tomatoes, because Hermione did not like eggs but she liked fried tomatoes, and by the end of the day they were a sort of friendship. But on Halloween evening, as the pumpkins were being set and the great hall was being festooned, a white-faced Professor Quirrell burst through the doors with his turban askew and shouted, "Troll! Troll, in the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." And he fainted. The great hall lost its mind. Headmaster Dumbledore, tall, silver-bearded, looking, Harry had decided the first week, like a kindly schoolteacher's grandfather who was secretly a wizard king, stood, and purple sparks shot from his wand, and calm descended. Prefects, Dumbledore said, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, with me to the dungeons. The prefects began to lead. Harry and Ron moved with the Gryffindor line. Ron went white. Hermione, Ron said. She doesn't know. What? Hermione. She's been crying in a bathroom all afternoon. I made her cry. She doesn't know about the troll. Which bathroom? Girls. 2nd floor. Harry moved. He did not think about it. He peeled off from the Gryffindor line in the moving crowd, and Ron, after a frozen second, peeled off with him, and nobody noticed because 100 first years were being shepherded and 100 other students were being hurried, and the two of them slipped sideways into a corridor that was, suddenly, terrifyingly empty. "Harry," Ron said. "Harry, it's fine," Harry said. "Come on." They ran. And halfway up the stairs to the second floor they heard it. An echo, first. A dragging echo, a sound like a wardrobe being dragged over gravel. Then the smell. Then the animal grunt. And then, around a corner, walking straight at them, the troll. It was 12 feet tall, and its skin was the color of wet slate, and its club was the length of a man. Its small, stupid eyes rolled over them and registered food. Ron screamed. Harry, for one glittering second, stood very still. Because the thing inside him, the humming creature that had been asleep in its cave all term, stood up. And it was furious. It was furious because Ron was terrified. It was furious because this troll thought it could bring that club down on 2 children. It was furious because some part of Harry, a part that was older than Harry, had known trolls before, not this troll, not these mountains, but something similar, long ago, and had broken them. Harry felt the thing stretch, luxuriously, in his spine, in his shoulders, in his forearms. He did not let it out. Not all the way. He took a step forward. "Ron!" Hermione's voice, small and very frightened, from the bathroom door ahead. "Ron, don't, stay in there." Harry shouted at the bathroom. "Close the door." He faced the troll. The troll raised its club. Harry felt the humming rise to a growl. He thought, firmly, not all of it. A little. Just enough. And just enough was what he gave it. His hand came up. The club came down. The club met Harry's forearm. The club shattered. Not cracked. Shattered. Exploded sideways down the corridor in a plume of oak splinters and the rusted iron bands that had held it together. The troll gaped. Harry gaped. Ron, behind him, made a small, high, awestruck noise. Harry had not meant to break it. He had meant to block. He looked at his forearm. His sleeve was gone. His skin was not red. His skin was, for a half second, a faint dusty green. He made a decision. He stepped forward, put his hand, his full hand, on the troll's enormous slab of a chest, and shoved. The troll went backward. The troll went backward the length of the corridor and through the opposite wall, and kept going until the sound of his passage ended in a distant crash of stone and plumbing. The corridor rang. Somewhere far above, an owl made a complaint. The torches along the wall all blew out in one gust, and lit again, blue-green for half a heartbeat, before returning to normal orange. Harry stood in the hall. Ron stood behind him. Hermione, in the bathroom doorway, stood very white-faced and did not move. "Harry," she said, when she could. "I'm sorry," Harry said. His voice came out odd. Deeper. He cleared it. "I'm sorry." "Ron, Hermione, we're fine," Hermione said. "We're fine." Footsteps. Many footsteps. Teachers. The 3 of them exchanged a look that was, though none of them had a word for it yet, the beginning of every important thing that would happen to them for the next 6 years. Hermione's chin came up. The chin said, "Trust me." "It was me," Hermione said loudly, turning to face the arriving teachers. "I thought I could handle a mountain troll. I read about it in a book. Harry and Ron came looking for me. They didn't know about the troll till I told them and they saved me." Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared and unflared. "Miss Granger. You foolish girl." 5 points from Gryffindor for, Professor, Snape said. Snape had come up behind McGonagall. Snape's eyes were on Harry. "The wall," Snape said. "Observe the wall." They observed the wall. There was a troll-shaped hole in it, plaster on the floor, pipes dripping gently, and, on the stone edge of the hole, very faintly, a handprint. A green handprint. It was not Hermione's size. It was not Ron's size. It was, even as they watched, fading. McGonagall's eyes went very slowly from the handprint to Harry. Her mouth, which was usually a thin line, for a full 5 seconds was a round O. "Mr. Potter," she said, very gently, "please come to my office." "Yes, Professor." He went. And Ron went. And Hermione went. And that was that. Hermione, as they walked behind McGonagall, threaded her small hand through Harry's arm at the elbow, carefully, as if to test whether she would be allowed, and when Harry did not pull away, she stayed there. "All right," she said quietly. "No," Harry said. "We've got you," Hermione said. She said it for Ron too. Ron, who had heard, nodded. Harry did not speak. Somewhere beneath his ribs, the humming creature, the thing, quieted itself down like a very large dog settling into a very small bed. It made, as it settled, a noise that felt, to Harry, almost, like purring. The word that came to Harry's mind was, the word that came from the creature, through Harry, was, softly, friends. "Yes," Harry whispered. "Yes. Them." McGonagall's stride did not falter, but she glanced back once. Harry straightened his shoulders. He walked up the staircase behind her and did not break the banister once, not on purpose, and not on accident either, and tried very hard, for the first of what he knew would be many, many times in his life, to look like a small boy and not like a mountain. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Smashing Snakes. Harry came back to Hogwarts in the autumn of his second year with something new in his pocket, something old in his head, and something unpleasant on the front page of the Daily Prophet. The new thing was a copper bracelet. Hermione had given it to him on the train. It was plain, hammered, with a single small piece of Banbury stone set into the inside of the wristband. "It's not magic," she'd said quickly, "or, not the official kind. The stone is supposed to stay cold when you touch it. Mum said they use them for people with blood pressure. It's just a thing to press, when you rise." "I like it," Harry had said. "Good. Ron has one too." "I have an identical one," Ron had said, through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty, from the opposite bench. "Thanks, Hermione. Am I also meant to turn green at some point?" "Just be useful," Hermione had said, and that had been that. The old thing in Harry's head was a dream that had been getting clearer. It was the desert dream, with the small rust-shirt man and the great green mountain. Only now Harry could hear them talking sometimes. Fragments. The mountain, in the dream, had a voice, a rumble like far thunder, and the man, who had glasses, had the quiet, pinned-to-the-floor voice of a person talking to a frightened animal. What Harry had started to pick up, sleep after sleep, were single words. Bruce. Smash. Hulk. Tony. Natasha. Sorry. 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 Harry had, for 2 weeks, tried not to listen. He had given up. He had begun, each morning in the tower, writing the words down in the back of his herbology textbook, with a stub of pencil borrowed from Hermione. Hermione had not asked. The unpleasant thing on the front page of the Daily Prophet was a small inset column under a sober headline, "Ministry establishes new magical research bureau." The column was dry. The Department of Mysteries had, it said, authorized a subsidiary group to research magical intersections with latent pre-wand power signatures, particularly in the underage population. The name of the head of the bureau was Dr. Cassius Quell. A photograph of Dr. Quell had accompanied the article, a narrow man with pale eyes, a neat mustache, and a small, pleased smile that managed to seem less like a smile than like a door ajar. Harry had read the column twice and not known why his shoulders had tightened. Hermione had read it 3 times and folded the newspaper very carefully. "That's about you," she said. "It doesn't say my name." "It never will," Hermione said. They were 3 weeks into term when the writing appeared on the wall. The whole school had been heading down to the Halloween feast. The corridor outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was dark and wet. There had been a flood, nobody knew why, and there, by torchlight, on the stone above a flagstone puddle, was a message in wet red paint. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, hung stiff from a torch bracket. The school fell quiet in the way a room falls quiet when a lamp goes out. Harry saw it, and the thing inside him, the humming creature, the cave, did something it had not done before. It sat up, not in alarm, but in recognition. Old enemy. That was the feeling, in Harry's ribs. Old enemy. He did not know what the thing remembered. He only knew it remembered something. Filch howled. Dumbledore came with a swift, stern silence that emptied the hall in under a minute. Professor Lockhart, Harry and Ron's new defense against the dark arts teacher, and the reason Hermione's first 2 weeks of second year had been spent reading his collected autobiographies in a dreamy glaze, arrived in a swirl of lilac robes and offered to take the matter personally in hand. Dumbledore thanked him. Dumbledore did not accept. Halfway through the feast that should not have happened but nobody had cancelled, Harry bit into a roll and then, quite clearly, heard a voice. "Kill. Hunt. Kill." Harry stopped chewing. Hermione, next to him, saw his face and went still. "Harry. Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "Kill. Hunt. Kill. In the walls. Or the ceiling. Somewhere." Hermione's brown eyes did that rapid clicking thing. "No," she said. "I didn't." Ron shook his head. The voice was a cold thread in the air behind Harry's ear. He did not follow it at the feast. But he heard it, on and off, for the next week. It came up through grate-covered drains. It slid past the back of his neck in the corridor near potions. It hissed, very faintly, in a stretch of the third-floor corridor that nobody walked down. And Harry, from the deep place inside him where the cave creature lived, could tell, the way you can tell a dog is a predator by the way its shoulders lift when a rabbit bolts, that this voice was the voice of a thing. A big thing. An ancient thing. A thing the cave creature did not like. Lockhart was a disaster. He demonstrated spells he could not cast. He took credit for victories he had not earned. He wore a different shade of lilac every day. He had magazines, in his office with his own face on the cover. By the end of the first month Hermione had begun to look at him the way Harry had once looked at Uncle Vernon, which was to say, with a sort of stunned, practical revision of prior affection. "He's a liar," Hermione said, one afternoon, snapping closed voyages with vampires. He's all a fake." "He's bad at magic," Ron said. "Did you see him try to cast finite incantatem yesterday? It nearly caught his hair on fire." "He's bad at magic," Hermione said, "and he's taking the job from someone who might actually have taught us something." Harry said nothing. He had, and this was an awkward truth, a small, grudging fondness for Lockhart. Not for his magic. For his teeth, and his cheerfulness, and the warm wobbly incompetence of him. Lockhart was, by accident, the first adult who had ever fawned over Harry without wanting anything from him except to stand close enough to be in the same photograph. But Harry noticed, Lockhart did not, even once, meet Harry's eye. And then, one evening, after dueling club ended in a disaster, Harry's snake in front of the hall, Harry speaking Parseltongue in front of the hall, Harry discovering with dread that he understood the snake because the cave creature understood the snake, because the cave creature had once broken a serpent's skull with its bare fist in a country that had not yet been called Earth when the thing's skin was green. After that catastrophe, Lockhart touched Harry on the shoulder at the door of his office and said, distracted, quietly, "You're a dangerous boy." Harry stopped. "Excuse me?" Lockhart blinked. What? "Sorry, old chap, my mind is on, I have a party to, you said something." "Did I?" "You said I was a dangerous boy." Lockhart's pretty face took a half-second to decide whether to smile or scowl, and settled on a small sad look that was neither. "I did," Lockhart said. "I apologize." He glanced around, the corridor was empty. He lowered his voice. "My dear Harry. Perhaps your, let us say, unique, circumstance will mean that the best advice I can ever give you is not advice I've written in a book. Listen." Lockhart glanced around again. "Power," he said, and for one breath he sounded, "of all things, sober, is the cheapest commodity a man can have. The thing that turns power into a life worth living is," he paused, fished for the word, and to Harry's astonishment seemed almost to mean it, "kindness, dear boy. Kindness. Not weakness, the deliberate choice of it. Nobody is afraid of a strong fool. They are afraid of a strong person who lets them go." Harry stood there. Lockhart, his eyes quickly returning to their usual pleased vagueness, patted Harry's shoulder and said, "Oh, and do ask my personal assistant for a signed photo," and disappeared into his office. Harry walked all the way to the tower, turning that over in his head, the way Petunia had once said he turned buttons. It was the first useful thing Lockhart had ever said. It would also be the last. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey was found frozen stiff, pointing his camera at something in the corridor. A first-year Ravenclaw, petrified in a doorway. Nearly headless Nick, petrified beside a puddle of phantom water. The castle went from subdued to tight-shouldered, and the tight shoulders gave way to fear. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall dimmed, responded to emotion. Harry had not known that, and the clouds up there sat heavy as wet wool. Harry, Ron, and Hermione read the library dry. What they turned up, by the end of November, was, a basilisk. A king of serpents. The gaze kills. The ear hears it. The mouth speaks Parseltongue. It is heard but not seen. It moves in pipes. It is enormous. They did not tell the teachers, because they could not figure out how to tell the teachers without telling the teachers about Harry. Hermione went on her own. Harry did not know. Ron did not know. Hermione left the common room with her shawl and a small hand mirror, because she had deduced that the mirror was the trick, and Hermione had never, in her life, carried a piece of knowledge around that she had not acted on. She went down the corridor, and she turned a corner, and the corner was empty, and the corner had a single polished spot of steel in it where she had lifted the mirror, and then Hermione was on the floor. Ron found the mirror. Ron was inconsolable. "She's going to be all right," Harry said. He said it through a throat like a fist. The hospital wing's bed was a thin white strip, and Hermione was a small frozen pale shape on top of it. Madame Pomfrey said the mandrakes were almost ready. Madame Pomfrey was lying through her teeth about how close almost was. "She's going to be all right," Harry said again. "She's gonna be all right," Ron said. His voice cracked. I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna help you find the thing." "Yeah. And what are you going to do to it?" "Break it." "Yeah," Ron said, quietly, and wiped his face. The hospital wing got very quiet after Hermione. Harry went there every evening. He sat on the little stool between her bed and a Ravenclaw boy's bed, and he read to her. He had never read to anyone. The books were ones he'd found in her trunk: Hogwarts, a history, which was too heavy, a thin paperback called The Cuckoo's Calling, which was too strange, finally, a children's book of illustrated Greek myths, which was the one he settled on. He read to her about Atlanta who ran. About Arachne who wove. About Heracles, who, Harry noticed, and could not believe he had never noticed before, had killed a hydra and cleaned a stable and also spent a lot of his life trying not to kill his own wife when he was angry. He stopped, on that page. He sat with the book open and looked at the picture of Heracles on his knees by a river, with tears on his face. Harry said quietly, to nobody. He was a very bad man who became a very good one, Professor Snape said from the doorway. Harry did not start. He had heard Snape's boots 6 paces ago. Everything was loud, these days. Sir, Harry said. He did not turn. Do not rise, Potter. You will knock over the jug. Harry had been about to stand up, because Aunt Petunia had caned him once for not standing for an adult, and the habit had not quite died. He settled again. Snape walked to the foot of the bed. He did not look at Hermione. He looked at the book. May I? He said. Harry, taken aback by the word may, handed him the book. Snape took it with 2 fingers. He read 2 pages. His narrow face did not move. He handed the book back. Old stories, he said. Tiresome. Yes, sir. They are usually, Potter, a crude allegory. Yes, sir. Often, Snape said, they are also, correct. Harry looked up. Snape's eyes were on the ceiling, studying something that was not there. His voice was thin and dry. A power, Snape said, is only a power if the person wielding it can set it down. Your tendency at the moment, Potter, is to hold. It is, instructive. I watched you, last month, carry a pitcher to your desk. Do you know what I observed? No, sir. I observed, Snape said, that you were carrying the pitcher as if it were made of bone china painted on gossamer. You held the pitcher with such dreadful care, Potter. You held the pitcher as if an error would shatter a world. Do you know what happens to a wizard who carries every object of his life with that degree of care? He doesn't drop anything. He is exhausted, Snape said, by tea time. Harry, despite himself, snorted. Snape's eyes came down at last and rested on Harry's. You are being taught, Snape said, by Professor Flitwick on Mondays, to draw a thimble from a well. Very good. That is essential. But you must also learn, and I will teach you this, once a week, beginning next Tuesday, to leave the thimble alone. To leave the well alone. To, for a measurable and deliberate stretch of minutes, not be in the cupboard of the mind. Do you understand? No, sir. A clemency, Snape said. Of a kind. I have designed the lessons, after some reflection, specifically for you. A small, narrow pause. You are not the only person in this castle who has carried a monster in a pocket, Potter. I do not promise to be kind. I promise to be useful. Harry's throat was hot. He did not know what to say to that. Thank you, sir, was what he landed on. Snape turned to leave. He paused at the door. He did not look back. Your mother, Snape said, once caught a spider in a jar and walked it half a mile to the river rather than step on it. She would be fussing, currently, over what you are becoming. She would also, Potter, be very proud. These are not contradictory facts. He left. Harry sat for a long time on the stool with his hand on Hermione's cold hand, and tried, very unsuccessfully, not to cry. He succeeded only because the Ravenclaw boy in the next bed was, even petrified, still staring into the ceiling, and Harry did not want to be observed. He read Hermione 2 more myths. He turned the page to Prometheus and then turned it back, because Prometheus was about a man whose insides kept getting torn out, and Harry could not do that one tonight. Ron came to find him at curfew. You all right? Ron said. Yeah. You don't look all right. No. Ron squinted at him. Ron squinted in a way that meant he was thinking. Ron was not, as Hermione had once grandly declared in a warmly offended tone, stupid. Ron was merely unhurried. Ron's brain worked at a decent pace, it was only that it had other things to do, such as stew. I've figured something out, Ron said. About you. Yeah. You keep saying you're scared of being strong. I am. Well, you're only scared of being strong if there's somebody in the room who could be hurt. And when the somebody needs it, you're not scared. You're useful. And I reckon, Ron scratched his nose, I reckon that's a much better problem to have than not being strong. Harry looked at him. Ron, he said. What? That's the kindest thing anyone's ever said to me. Yeah, well, Ron said, going pink. Don't tell my brothers. Dobby came in the middle of the night. Harry was in the tower. Ron was asleep in the next bed. The moon through the window was thin and pewter. There was a pop, a small indignant squeak, and a creature Harry had not seen before, large eyes, long nose, a pillowcase for a dress, was standing on the end of Harry's bed wringing a pair of huge ears between its hands. Harry Potter sir must leave Hogwarts, the creature wailed in a whisper. Pardon? Harry Potter sir is not safe. Great evil, great danger. Harry Potter must leave. Dobby knows. Dobby has tried to save you before, Dobby has tried, wait, sorry, who are you? Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf. Dobby. Dobby, you, it was you. The letters last summer that Uncle Vernon stepped on in the hall. And the platform barrier, yes, sir. Dobby tried. Dobby did not want Harry Potter to come. It is not safe. Dobby must not say more. Dobby's masters would, Dobby glanced over his shoulder, wobbled, and then, overcome by some terrible internal betrayal, began to hit himself in the face with Harry's herbology textbook. Stop, Harry said, and reached out. Dobby is a bad elf, Dobby is, stop. Dobby hit himself again. The textbook made a dull soft thud. Stop, Harry said, and lunged. The thing inside him moved with him. Harry did not mean to grab Dobby hard. The cave creature did. Harry's hand shot out and took Dobby by the wrist, and the cave creature, mistaking the elf self-blows for someone outside striking at Harry, yanked. Dobby went across the dormitory like a misfired slingshot. He hit the stone wall beside the window with a small definite thump and, because Dobby was a house elf, bounced, and landed, very surprised, on Ron's blanket. Ron sat up. Wah! Dobby sat in Ron's lap, ears askew, enormous eyes damp. Oh, said Dobby. Oh. Harry said, horrified. He had crossed the room before he realized he had. Oh. Are you? Did I? I'm so sorry, I didn't. Harry Potter is a terribly strong person, Dobby said, with the serenity of someone who has survived much worse. Dobby is not hurt. Dobby was only, I'm so sorry. Dobby came to warn Harry Potter, Dobby said, and something in his huge, tired little eyes lit up. And Harry Potter has also made Dobby fly. Dobby has never flown. Are you hurt? Dobby is not hurt. Are you sure? Dobby's masters hurt Dobby, Dobby said, in a quieter voice. You do not. You only toss. Dobby does not mind tossing. Harry and Ron looked at each other. The three of them, Harry, Ron, and a confused small elf, sat in the late dark on the edge of a Gryffindor four-poster, and Dobby told them what he could. It was not much. The chamber had been opened. A diary was involved. A girl had the diary, a Weasley girl, he said, and Ron's face got the bad color again, and the diary was not a diary but an instrument of the one Dobby called only, that one. Dobby could not say more without injuring his ears, which he demonstrated by snapping them in the door of the wardrobe. Harry caught his ears before he could do it twice. Ginny, Ron said. He had gone pale again. Ginny. Ginny's she's been writing in a little black book all term, Harry. Harry stood up. Where is she? Dobby, staring up, seemed, with enormous regret, unable to answer. His ears started to tremble with the effort. Harry let him go. Dobby nodded once, and disappeared. The chamber, Ron said. Harry, we find it, Harry said. Tonight. They did not find it tonight. They found it 2 long hungry days later, after Lockhart, of all people, confessed under pressure that he was a fraud and not going in, and after Hermione, under the stasis charm, continued to sleep, and after Ginny Weasley was officially reported missing from the common room and a message appeared on the wall in wet red paint that said her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. They found it in the bathroom where the pipes met. Myrtle's bathroom. The sink. A small serpent, engraved on a tap, that Harry spoke to in the language of the old thing in him. Open. The sink sank. Below the sink was a drop. Ron, Harry said. Stay here. If Lockhart tries to leave, sit on him. Lockhart's out cold, Ron said. You hit him too hard, mate. I tapped him. You tapped him unconscious. Ron. Stay here. What about you? Harry looked at the drop. I'm going down, he said. I'm coming. No. I'm coming. Harry looked at him. He thought about the troll, about the corridor, about a boy who had not run when it would have been sensible to run. He thought about a snowy owl and a pile of chocolate frogs. All right, he said. Come on. They went down. The chamber was a vast, wet, greenlit cavern that smelled of old water and old bone. Snake skins. A long, curved, sinuous husk of shed skin, 10 yards long, and another behind it, and another behind that. Ron whistled. Blimey, Harry. Stay close. They moved carefully. The floor was damp. Columns of pale stone hissed with dripping. Shapes of serpents, stone serpents, coiled up each column. And at the far end of the chamber was a tall, carved statue with a long beard and a face Harry had never seen and yet, somehow, knew. The statue's mouth was open. At the foot of the statue, a small figure lay. Ginny Weasley. White as milk. Not breathing. Or barely. Beside her, a small black book, spine up, ink dry. Tom Riddle's diary. And, standing over her, a handsome pale teenager, 16 or so, in robes Harry did not recognize, who looked up at the boys with the pleased interest of a boy who had been waiting, and said, Harry Potter. Harry stopped. The thing inside Harry, the cave creature, did not stop. It moved in Harry's ribs, and in Harry's throat, and Harry had to consciously seal his jaw to keep a sound out of it. Who are you? Harry said. Tom Riddle, said the boy. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I have been in the diary a great many years. Miss Weasley here has been pouring herself into me all year. I am, you might say, on my way out. He smiled. It was a very good smile. It belonged to a very beautiful young man with very cold eyes. She has written me a new body. It is almost finished. You have come, he said, pleasantly, just in time to die. Ron, Harry said, without turning. Yeah. Take her out of here. Take her back up the pipe. Go. Harry, go. Ron went. He scooped his sister up with the strength of a terrified boy and ran. Riddle, mildly, flicked his fingers. The mouth of the statue above opened wider, at his command. Speak to me, he said, in a voice that was no longer quite his own, that had slid a register down, into a dry, ancient hiss. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. And, from the mouth of the statue, the basilisk came. Harry did not look at its eyes. He had read Hermione's notes 100 times. He looked at its feet. He looked at its underside. He looked at the stones under its belly. The serpent was 50 feet long. The serpent was greater around than a horse. The serpent was a mountain that moved. The cave creature in Harry's chest grinned. Harry stepped forward. "Tom," Harry said. He was surprised his voice did not shake. "Tom, I'll give you one chance to leave." Tom Riddle laughed with delight. Harry. I'm warning you. Go. Kill him," Tom told the snake, in the old language. The basilisk came like a train. Harry's body answered. There is a thing that can happen to a boy who has been holding back his whole life. When he stops holding back, the world is very slow. The snake was fast. The snake was extraordinarily fast. Harry was faster. Harry did not know why he was faster. The thing in him was not asking his permission. Harry leapt, like he could not ordinarily leap, higher than the basilisk's head, onto the flat of a column in mid-air, and as the snake's massive skull came around Harry dropped, and landed behind its jaw, on its neck, and closed both his hands around the lower jaw and the upper jaw, and wrenched. The basilisk's jaw came off. In Harry's hands. With a great, wet, ropey tear. The snake, which had never in its long life been hurt, had never been touched, had never been resisted, shrieked. A fang, one of the long ivory fangs, tore through the meat of Harry's forearm as it came free in his grip and embedded itself there, hilt deep, black ichor bubbling. Harry felt the venom. He felt it for about a second. The cave creature inside him looked the venom in the eye, and the cave creature, quietly, said no. The pain did not go away. The pain got sharper and then, peculiarly, smaller, compressing to a point and then to a needle and then to nothing, as if the poison were being shown, chemically, the door. Harry's skin around the wound went briefly, visibly green. The ichor in the puncture turned pink. The puncture sealed. Harry stood on top of a writhing, jawless basilisk, hairline of sweat, eyes green, and, in the language of the cave creature, said, "I told you." Tom Riddle, for the first time since he had been a boy in a diary, took a step back. The basilisk, screaming, bucked. Harry grabbed the great ridge of scale behind its head, jumped again, and brought both his fists down on the top of the serpent's skull. The skull, which had survived 1,000 years of legend, did not survive Harry. The basilisk, with a final wet heave, died. Harry dropped off the cooling length of the snake and landed, softly, in a puddle of its own blood, and looked up at Tom Riddle, and said, quietly, "The diary, Tom." Tom Riddle's hand moved. Tom Riddle's hand did not move fast enough. Harry crossed the chamber in 3 strides. He picked up the diary. He lifted it. And over the glassy rage of the basilisk fang that he had pried from his own arm and now held in his other hand, Harry brought the fang down through the cover. The book shrieked. Ink poured out of it. Tom Riddle, the beautiful boy, doubled over, flickered, smeared, like a wet photograph in the rain, and, with a dying grimace, screamed, "What are you?" Harry said, quietly, "I don't know yet." He closed the diary in his hand and squeezed. The paper flattened. The cover crumpled. The binding, pierced by the fang, folded in on itself. Harry, his breath steady, tightened his fingers the smallest fraction more. The spine went. The book became, in his palm, a lump. A hot, shrieking lump. Harry squeezed again. The lump, with one final thin wail, went quiet. Harry opened his hand. Dust. Ink. A few bent leaves of burned parchment. Tom Riddle was gone. At the far end of the chamber, Ginny Weasley coughed. Harry went to her. She was alive. Ron had come back, had refused to stay away, and was at her side, and Ginny was crying, and Ron was also crying, and Harry, as he knelt down, felt the cave creature settle, slowly, into its cave. It made, as it lay down, the quiet, low, surprising purring that had begun to be familiar. "Good work," it seemed to say, from somewhere in his marrow. Harry was too tired to answer it. "Ginny," he said. Ginny, look at me. It's all right. It's all right. It's over. She looked up at him. Her eyes were huge and red. She opened her mouth, and in a small, cracked voice said, "Harry, your arm." Harry looked at his arm. His sleeve was a rag. His skin was clean. There was no wound. There was no scar. Only a faint pale line of smooth, tight tissue, as if an old scratch had healed 12 years ago. "Oh," Ron said, from the other side of Ginny. "Oh." Harry pulled his sleeve down. "Let's go," he said. "Come on. Up. Come on." They came out of the chamber filthy, bloody, alive, with Lockhart, whom they had collected from the corridor, behind them humming happily and asking Ron whether he'd ever met a celebrity. Lockhart had, it turned out, accidentally obliviated himself in the pipe earlier, by forgetting how to hold a wand. This would prove to be permanent. Harry did not mourn it. Harry, that night, went to bed without washing his hands properly, and dreamed. He dreamed very clearly. He dreamed of a desert at dusk, and the small rust-shirt man with the glasses turned and, for the first time, saw him. The man smiled. "Hey, kid," the man said. His voice was soft. His voice was, strangely, familiar. Harry could not find his own voice. He said, in the dream, only, "Hi. Good work with the snake," the man said. "They get in the way." Old story. "Who are you?" Harry asked. The man considered him. The man had kind, tired eyes. "Call me Bruce," the man said. "If you like." "He behind me," the man thumbed over his shoulder at the enormous green mountain, who was, Harry noticed, sitting this time, cross-legged on the sand, like a child listening to a bedtime story. Well. He's us, too. You're, both of you, in me." Bruce made a face. "Not exactly, kid," he said. "It's more that, we got shuffled. There was a thing. A big thing. I've been trying to work it out. He and I," a glance back at the mountain, who lifted one heavy green hand in greeting, "we've been, sort of, spending time with you. Since you were small. We don't show up on the outside much. But we can keep you going, when things go really bad. Today we did. Am I dreaming you?" "You're dreaming," Bruce said. "But that's because the barrier's thinner when you sleep. We're here, Harry. He paused, "we're very sorry. We don't quite know how we got here. We know some of it. We're trying." "Bruce, your mom," Bruce said, suddenly, his voice catching, she would have been so," he stopped. He cleared his throat. He looked down. The mountain behind him made a small grieving noise that was perhaps the saddest sound Harry had ever heard. "She would have been so proud," Bruce said. "That's all." The desert wind blew. The dream went bright. Harry woke up at dawn, and the wet on his face was not dream wet. In the headmaster's office the next evening, Harry stood in front of Dumbledore's enormous desk while a small silver instrument on a shelf whirred quietly to itself. "You destroyed a Horcrux," Dumbledore said. "A what?" "A Horcrux. An object in which a person has, stored, a piece of his soul. Lord Voldemort divided his soul. You crushed one of the pieces in your hand." Dumbledore considered him. His blue eyes were, at that moment, less twinkling than Harry had seen them. "Harry, I must speak to you about something difficult." "Yes, sir." "The piece of soul in the diary recognized you." "I gathered, sir. It recognized, I believe, two things. It recognized you as the boy it had failed to murder as an infant. But it also recognized something, older, inside you." Dumbledore paused. He set his fingertips together. "I have been patient with you, Harry, because I wish to let you find your own footing. I cannot any longer pretend that we have unlimited time. I know that you dream. I know that you have begun to remember pieces of a life that is not entirely yours. Harry's breath stopped. Sir, I do not know who he is, Harry. The other. I know only that he is kind, and that he is tired, and that he is strong, and that he chose to share a body with you when you needed not to die. I know that he is, at times, a very large green man. Harry stared at him. You've seen, he whispered. Professor Snape has told me a little, Dumbledore said, gently. He has been keeping me informed, as he must. There is a photograph, Harry, taken by a dear friend of mine, of a corridor in which a handprint appeared briefly on the stone. I have thought about that photograph a great deal. I will not pretend to have answers I do not have. I will promise you this. Whoever shares your skin, Harry, is welcome here. Hogwarts has kept children with stranger company than his. I intend to treat you as I would treat any child who has been given a large, frightening gift, with patience, and with the expectation that you will, in time, learn to be kind to yourself. Harry did not cry, because he had cried on the hospital wing stool last night and had promised himself an evening off. Thank you, sir, he said. I have one other thing to show you. Dumbledore walked to a cabinet and took out something wrapped in velvet. He folded the cloth back. It was a sword. A long, silver, straight sword, with rubies in the hilt, and the name Godric Gryffindor etched into the crossguard. This, Dumbledore said, fell out of the sorting hat and into the chamber, did it not? Alongside Fawkes. Yes, sir. It is goblin-made. Impurities do not last on its blade. Yes, sir. It is, Dumbledore turned the sword in his hand, making the rubies catch the lamplight, it is the closest thing we have, in the magical world, to a tool engineered for a specific purpose. Unmaking. It will pierce things that cannot otherwise be pierced. It can, Dumbledore said carefully, kill Horcruxes. Harry looked at it. Did I need it? He said, slowly. Today. In the chamber. No, Dumbledore said. Oh. No, Harry. You did not. You had your own means. But I would like you to know that this exists, and that there may come a time when even you will be glad of an edge on a blade. He wrapped the sword in its velvet again. I shall keep it for you. But it will come when called. Do you trust me? Yes, sir, Harry said. He was surprised to find that he meant it. Good. Off you go. Miss Weasley has been asking after you. The twins have made her a horrible pie. Harry, at the door, paused. Sir. Yes, Harry. Do you believe in reincarnation? Dumbledore's twinkle came back, slowly, by degrees. Harry, he said, I believe in more than one thing. But yes, in some cases, I do believe that a great soul, spent, can be given a second place to rest. I believe it is very rare. He smiled, small, but real. I believe we are in one of the rare cases. Harry nodded once, thanked him, and went. 3 days later, in a quiet office in the Ministry of Magic, Dr. Cassius Quell sat behind a desk and pressed a delicate crystal device to the rim of his teacup. The cup, until this moment ordinary, glowed softly. Numbers in green fire ran around the rim. Quell made a small satisfied hum. Interesting, he said, to nobody. A soft knock. His assistant, a nervous young man named Pinch, slipped in carrying a tray of files. The new readings, Doctor. From the Hogwarts corridor. The unspeakable said to deliver by hand. Excellent. Excellent. Quell did not look up. Pinch, tell me. When you were a boy, did you ever break a toy because it did not do what you wanted it to do? Perhaps. Once or twice. Precisely. Quell turned a page of the readings. His lips moved slightly as he read. And yet as adults, Pinch, we learn that a toy need not be broken. It need only be understood. And once it is understood, Pinch, he glanced up, and his small knot smile resettled itself, it can be played with indefinitely. Pinch said nothing. Pinch had a sister Harry Potter's age. Pinch, very quietly, did not approve of his employer. Pinch had not yet said so out loud to anyone, not even to his cat, because Pinch was a careful man, and ambitious in the wrong direction. Send a memo to Minister Fudge, Quell said. Ask for a personal audience. Tell him the Bureau is ready to begin, Phase 2. Yes, Doctor. And Pinch. Yes, Doctor. Do it with a smile on your face. Pinch, who had been failing at this all morning, smiled. He did not mean it. But Quell did not notice. Quell was already reading the readings again, and running his pale finger under a line about residual energies at 2.8 megajoules per meter squared, and making, in the margin, a pencil note that said, "The boy." He opened a dossier. The dossier said Potter, Harry J., File 01. Inside were printouts. Readings. Magical residue graphs. A pencil sketch of a troll-shaped hole in a stone wall. A photograph, caught with a concealed camera, of a corridor on the second floor of Hogwarts, with, barely visible at the bottom of the frame, the edge of what looked like a small green handprint fading from the stone. Quell put a ring-marked finger on the photograph. He smiled his not smile. Well, he said. Well. I do want a closer look. He tapped his teacup twice. The cup stopped glowing. The cup, now only a cup, kept his coffee warm for the rest of the afternoon, while in a distant castle, under an enchanted ceiling, Harry Potter ate stew with his two best friends and a sleepy, recovering Ginny Weasley, and did not notice that he was beginning to be watched. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Green Lightning. The night bus dropped Harry on a wet cobblestone street at 1:30 in the morning, and he did not, for the first time in his life, feel the urge to apologize for being alive. He had run from the Dursleys. He had inflated Aunt Marge. He had inflated Aunt Marge with a spell he had not cast, at least not with his wand. One moment she had been saying something unforgivable about Lily Potter, and the next moment she had been, quite literally, rising, swelling, bobbing along the ceiling like a great purple-cheeked helium balloon. Harry had not been angry. He had been something quieter and more effective than angry. He had felt, very clearly, the cave creature under his ribs stand up, nod politely, and blow. The shocking thing had not been the inflation. The shocking thing had been how small the expenditure of power had felt. A yawn. A cup of tea's worth. Marge had sailed out of an open window, and Harry, 13 years and 1 month old, had walked out the front door of number 4 Privet Drive with a trunk and an owl and every single thing he owned, and he had kept walking, and a purple three-decker bus had come out of nowhere and invited him aboard, and so here he was. He stood in front of the leaky cauldron in the drizzle and looked up at the sign. The sign was, in its own shy way, welcoming. Inside, Tom the barman looked up with no surprise. "Mr. Potter," Tom said. "The minister's been expecting you. Come in, out of the wet." Harry went in. Not comforted. Not worried. Ready. The summer that followed was a very strange summer. Minister Fudge had not, as Harry had feared, thrown him into Azkaban for blowing up an ant. Fudge had, instead, fussed. He had bought Harry ice creams. He had authorized Harry to remain at the leaky cauldron for the rest of the holidays and given him a pouch of galleons, for incidentals. He had made 2 or 3 little speeches about how Harry Potter could, if he were careful, live quite a normal life of which the wizarding world would be very, very proud. Fudge had also brought a friend. The friend's name was Dr. Cassius Quell. Quell had come to Diagon Alley on day 4, in a neat charcoal robe, with a neat charcoal mustache, and he had smiled his not smile at Harry across a small iron table outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Fudge had introduced Quell as a scholar and a friend of the boy. Quell had opened a small leather wallet of parchment tools. He had asked Harry if he could measure his, Quell's word, ambient. "My what, sir?" "Your ambient," Quell had said, with a little laugh. "A reading of your background hum, if you will. Every magical child has one. We collect them all the time." Harry had looked at Fudge. Fudge had twinkled and nodded. Harry had looked at Quell. Quell had waited, pleased as a spider. "No, thank you," Harry had said. Kindly. Firmly. Quite impossible to argue with. Fudge had opened his mouth. Quell had closed his leather wallet. "Of course, Mr. Potter," Quell had said. "Of course. Whenever you are ready." "I don't think I will be," Harry had said. "Oh," Quell said, "but we have time." Harry had finished his strawberry ice cream with an untroubled expression, shaken hands with Fudge, shaken one finger of Quell's in a way that both of them understood as a snub, and walked away down Diagon Alley. He had spent the rest of the day in flourish and blots paying for a copy of a thin book called The Physics of Magic and Other Heresies, which he read in the next 3 nights and which would give him the vocabulary he would need, 2 years later, to realize what Quell had been doing. When Hermione arrived on the 25th of August with her parents, Harry had been waiting outside the cauldron with a paper bag of chocolate frogs. Hermione looked him up and down as if checking a child for symptoms. "You're taller," she said. "Am I?" "Half a head. You blew up your aunt. She deserved it." "Oh, I agree." "Did you know," Hermione said, taking his arm as if no time at all had passed, "there's a man named Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban last month and everyone's very worried about him?" "Yes," Harry said. Fudge mentioned. "Mass murderer. Killed 13 people with one spell. Betrayed your parents," Hermione said. Then quieter, "They think he's after you, Harry." Harry looked at her. "Let him come," he said. He had not meant to say it. It had come out in a register lower than his usual. The cave creature had loaned him the sentence. Hermione's grip on his arm tightened, not in fear, he noticed, but in solidarity, the way Ron had gripped him the day of the troll. "Hermione, I'm with you," she said. "That's all." "All right." He loved her very quietly, in that moment, the way a boy loves the one person in a room who will not flinch. Ron arrived the next day with every member of his family and a large second-hand owl named Pigwidgeon who would not shut up for 2 hours. The 3 of them went to Hogwarts together on September 1st. They sat in the same compartment they had sat in the first day of their first year. A Dementor boarded the train just outside London. The lights went out. The world went cold. The glass of the window grew a lace of frost that Harry, afterwards, did not remember watching grow. He remembered it arriving, like a bruise. A thing slid into their compartment. It was tall and grey and hooded, and the air around it hung like wet rags. It drew in breath in a long, dry whistle, and the whistle was all the breath in the carriage, and Hermione made a small choked sound and Ron's lips turned blue. Harry felt the cave creature, and Harry felt its opposite. The Dementor was an opposite. Harry could feel it clearly. It was a non-thing. It was a mouth. It was a thirst that fed on his best memories, and Harry, who had very few best memories, felt them lift off of him and begin, one by one, to go out. The Dementor drifted toward him. The Dementor's mouth opened. Harry, without thinking, stood up. The thing in him was faster than he was. He reached, up, and out, into the air, into the wet rag cold, and his hand closed around something that was not solid and not gas, that was the shape of a neck made of grief. Harry's hand tightened. The Dementor wailed. It wailed a sound Harry had not known existed, a sound of a thing being, for the first time in its long, long life, touched. Harry did not have the words. He had only the cave creature, and the cave creature, for 2 astonished seconds, was entirely in charge. Harry hauled. The Dementor came forward, sucked in toward his fist as if by gravity. The window of the compartment exploded outward under the sudden shift of air. The Dementor's hood fell back, and there was nothing there, only a sucking shape, and Harry, with a shout that was half his, half the cave creature, hurled the thing out the broken window. It went, rolling end over end, a rag of cold against the dawn, and it vanished into a tree lean, and did not come back. The train stayed dark for a long, shivering minute. The lights flickered on. Harry sat down. Hermione was crying. Ron was not crying only because Ron was white as paper and had possibly stopped breathing. Harry reached across to him first, and pressed his wrist, hard, the copper bracelet biting a little into his skin, and said, "Breathe, Ron. Hey. Breathe." Ron inhaled. Hermione was looking at Harry. "Harry," she whispered. "Harry. Your eyes." Harry pressed his own copper bracelet with his thumb. He counted to 4. He counted to 6. He closed his eyes. He opened them again, and Hermione, watching, relaxed, which meant they had gone back to green. Just green. Just eye green. The compartment door slid open. A man in patched, shabby robes stood there, wand in hand, with a thin, careful face and tired lines around his eyes. "Is everyone all right?" the man said. He looked at the broken window. He looked at Harry. His eyebrows did a small, private gymnastic. I see. I had been prepared to cast a charm." "Who are you?" Harry said. "Remus Lupin," the man said. "The new defense against the dark arts teacher." "Pleasure." He glanced at the window again. "Mr. Potter, a word, when you have a moment. In fact, now would be quite good." Harry went with him. Lupin turned out to be the sort of man who spoke quietly because his voice had once been loud and he had not liked what he had done with it. He had been at school with Harry's parents. He remembered Harry's parents. He remembered, specifically, one particular day when Lily had said something to James that had made James, a clever, arrogant 15-year-old, change course overnight. He told Harry carefully in the empty teacher's compartment at the end of the train, remembered Lily Evans, in her 6th year, ducking into a room in the East Wing one morning to hide a young scientist from America. Harry's head came up. "A what, sir?" "A scientist," Lupin said. His thin eyes were warm and alert. "From the Muggle world. In a rust-colored shirt. Your mother told exactly 3 people about him. I was one, because I had guessed. She was kind to him. She thought he was, in her words, carrying something more than himself. He stayed a single night in her room. I do not know where he went after. I did not ask then. I did not wish to know." Harry could not speak. "I mention this," Lupin said gently, "because something I have felt around you on this train, Harry, reminded me of a room I have not been in for 20 years. I do not pretend to understand it. I will say only this: your mother, when she told me about him, looked at him with great pity and great affection. Whatever he was carrying, whatever is carrying you, was a kind thing, to her. Hold on to that." Harry did not cry. The cave creature, in him, did something like crying. It made a noise like wind in a cave, and then went quiet. "Thank you, sir," Harry whispered. "Call me Remus outside class, Harry. Your father did. He would have wanted you to." Occlumency lessons began on the 2nd Tuesday of term. Snape's study was a dim, low-ceilinged room that smelled of herbs and burnt parchment. Harry sat on a low stool. Snape, across from him, sat on another low stool. No wands. "You will imagine," Snape said, "a room. A room. A room inside your mind. It may be whatever shape you like. It may have whatever you like in it. Its only rule is that it will be yours, entirely. No other person and no other thing will enter it without your permission. All right. Close your eyes. Harry closed them. Begin with a door, Snape said. A door you have known. The door may be of any material, but it must feel to you like a door. Harry thought of the door of the cupboard under the stairs. He thought of it deliberately. He thought of its stupid little latch. He thought of its dim, low, comforting smell. He thought of the spider he had named without telling anyone. The cave creature, in his ribs, shifted with interest. I have it, Harry said. Walk through, Snape said, in a voice that was not cold exactly, that was, instead, as close to cold as a good teacher can safely get when a student is not sure. What is on the other side? Harry thought. He thought, on instinct, of a workbench. A small, clean workbench under a shaded lamp. The lamp was a green-shaded desk lamp. On the workbench were tools, screwdrivers, a pair of lenses, a little wire, and on a stool by the workbench, hunched over something, was a man in a rust-colored shirt. There's a man, Harry said. At a workbench. Describe him. He's about 40. Glasses. Rust shirt. Wiry. Kind. Tired. He's tinkering with some little wires. Does he see you? I don't know. Yes. He's turning around. He's smiling at me. Does he speak? Harry listened, in the interior of himself, for the small voice. He says hi, Harry, Harry whispered. That's all. Snape was quiet for a long time. Then hi, Harry, he says, Snape said at last, his voice strange and dry. Yes. He is your quiet room, Potter. When you feel the rise. When the other comes toward the door of you. When the tide wishes to crest. You will come here. You will sit at the workbench with him. You will watch him tinker, and you will let him speak, and only when he nods you will open the door and go out. Yes, sir. You will practice, Potter, daily. Yes, sir. Look at me, Potter. Harry opened his eyes. Snape's eyes, black as wet slate, were fixed on him. He is not your enemy, Snape said. Neither, in fact, is the great green thing behind him. They are a shape you have carried, perhaps, since before you came here. Your mother, once, cared for a man like him. She would understand. I do not wholly understand. But I will help you. Do you trust me, Potter? Harry, who had come into this room hating Snape, discovered, to his own vast surprise, that he did. Yes, sir. Thank you, Snape said, quieter still. It has been a long time since I was trusted. Lupin's Patronus lessons started in November, in the empty third-floor classroom. You cast by thinking of a happy memory, Lupin said, drawing a small silver thing out of the air with his own wand. The small silver thing was a wolf. The wolf flickered and vanished. Any memory? A real one. A warm one. One that you would like to press against your chest in the dark. Harry thought. He didn't, to his own quiet alarm, have many. He thought of Hagrid's cake. He thought of Hedwig settling her weight on his shoulder in the Ollery. He thought of Ron, on the train, offering him the last chocolate frog without comment. He thought of Hermione's small hand through his arm after the troll. He thought of Sirius, whom he had not even properly met yet at this point, but somehow already. He picked Hagrid's cake. Expecto Patronum, Harry said. His wand, the Hollyan Phoenix, pulsed a shy silver. A wisp. Nothing with shape. Good, Harry. That's more than most of your classmates can do on a first try. Try again. A bigger memory. A warmer one. Harry thought. He thought of the troll going through the wall. He rejected it, not warm, just satisfying. He thought of the dream of the desert, of the rust-shirt man saying hey, kid, and he felt the cave creature, under his ribs, quite politely, lean back and say, use me. Harry blinked. Sir, he said. If I, let go a little. Just a little. Will that help? Lupin's face did a very small thing. I don't know, Harry, he said. I think if what is in you is, at its core, a good thing, yes. I think yes. A Patronus is a projection of what is best. And whatever else he is, your tenant, is, I think, best. Harry nodded. He closed his eyes. He walked, in his mind, through the cupboard door, which became the workbench door. Bruce was there. Bruce was tinkering with a bit of wire under the lamp. Hey, kid, Bruce said. Hi, Harry said, inwardly. You want a lift? Yeah. All right. Hold my hand. Harry reached out, in the dream room. Bruce's hand was cool and thin and calloused with 2 or 3 small burns. Bruce, somewhere, smiled. Harry opened his eyes. Expecto Patronum. Silver light burst out of his wand like water breaking a dam. The light did not wisp. The light moved. It coiled. It rose. It formed into a shape. The shape, when it finished forming, was a large, cantering stag, and at the shoulder of the stag, trotting amiably, was a second, smaller silver shape that looked, for a fraction of a second, like an enormous man. Then it was only a stag. Only a stag with a familiar set of antlers. The stag turned its head to Harry and dipped it, exactly once. Lupin made a noise. It was the noise a man makes when he sees a thing he has not seen in 12 years. Prongs, Lupin whispered. Oh, Harry. That's prongs. That's your father's form. Harry did not speak. He looked at the stag. The stag, with infinite patience, looked back. Go, Harry whispered, to the stag, a little hoarsely. The stag cantered the length of the classroom, leaped, and dissolved in a silver sigh. Lupin sat down on a desk. He pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes. Sir. Harry said. I'm all right, Lupin said. I'm all right. It's just been a long time since I saw him. Prongs. Your father. He laughed, slightly wet. And, if I'm not mistaken, for a moment, another shape. At his shoulder. A very, large, shape. I know. Both there, Harry. Always. Good Lord. Harry put the wand down and went over and sat on the desk beside him, because that was what you did when a tired adult who loved your dad was crying. I've got you, sir, Harry said. Remus laughed into his hands. Other way round, kid, he said. Other way. Sirius Black was not a mass murderer. Harry learned this, over a hectic and wet afternoon at the shrieking shack that involved a rat, a dog, a werewolf, a broken leg, and a great deal of shouting. Sirius Black was his parents' best friend. Sirius Black was his godfather. Sirius Black was a handsome, hollow-eyed, underweight man who kept putting his hand on Harry's shoulder and then taking it off, as if unable to believe he was allowed. Peter Pettigrew was a rat. Lupin was, incidentally, a werewolf. By the end of the afternoon, Pettigrew had escaped. Sirius had not been caught. A hippogriff named Buckbeak had flown Sirius away on the edge of dawn. But before that, in the battered kitchen of the shrieking shack, Sirius Black had knelt in front of Harry, held his shoulders in both hands, and looked at him for a long moment without speaking. Harry had looked back. Sirius's eyes had narrowed, the way a man's eyes narrow when he is trying to read an old photograph in bad light. Oh, James, Sirius had said very softly, to nobody. Oh, Lily. Oh, my God. What? Harry had whispered. Nothing, kid," Sirius's voice had caught. It's just, you have your father's grin. And you have your mother's eyes. And you have something in your shoulders. Something I saw in a dream once. In Azkaban. I dreamed about," he'd stopped. He'd laughed, once, rough. "I dreamed about a man your father once introduced me to. A doctor. A gentle man. In a lab. A man who was sometimes other things. I dreamed him for 11 years and thought I was going mad. I see him in you. Forgive me. I'm tired. I'm talking nonsense." "No," Harry had said. "You're not." Sirius had looked at him sharply. Harry had looked back, and, without a shred of fear, had said, "I dream of him too, Sirius. I think he's me." Sirius had stared. Then, slowly, Sirius had smiled. It was not a bright smile. It was the soft smile of a man who had been in a dark room for too long and had, out of nowhere, been handed a little flickering candle. "Then that's all right, kid," Sirius had said. "That's all right. He was a good man. He was a better man than he knew. And if he's with you, then you've got a better guardian than I am." "I'll have both," Harry had said. Sirius's eyes had gone wet. "Yeah," he had said. "Yeah. Both. All right. Both." Then Buckbeak had been ready, and Sirius had climbed up, and he had leaned down and kissed Harry's hair, quickly, roughly, as an older brother might, and he had said, "I'll write. You won't always know who it's from. But I'll write. Please," Harry had said. And Sirius had risen into the dawn on a great feathered back, and Harry had watched him go. Hogsmeade was a small, cheerful village in the snow. Harry had not expected, in his life, to ever visit a village. Hermione and Ron flanked him. The three of them bought butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks and sat in the back by the fire. Ron dripped whipped cream in his hair without noticing. Hermione made a case, over 3 mugs, that the etymology of the word Dementor was older than Latin and told them an enormous amount about something called Proto-Aeolic roots that Harry, fondly, did not entirely follow. "You all right?" Ron said at one point, elbowing Harry gently. "Yeah. You've gone quiet." I'm happy," Harry said, and realized as he said it that this was a true sentence, and rarer than gold. Hermione reached across the table and, without looking up from her butterbeer, pressed the back of her hand against his. "Good," she said. Outside, snow fell on High Street, and somewhere across the valley a church bell rang. Harry, cradling a warm mug, thought, for the first time in his life, that the word home was a word that could attach to more than just a cupboard. It could attach, he was discovering, to people. The cave creature, in its cave, hummed a small, comfortable note. Occlumency kept working. Snape, once a week in the dim study, taught him to push the cupboard door closed and lock it. Taught him to sit at the workbench and breathe. Taught him to let Bruce tinker with bits of wire and let the mountain, in the back garden of the dream room, sit on the grass and be. On the 3rd month of lessons Snape did something Harry had not expected. Snape, with his own wand, tried to force his way into Harry's mind. The usual exercise. Not a test, a discipline. Snape went in, and Snape met the cupboard door, which was very firmly shut, and Snape saw, on the inside of the door, 3 things stuck with sellotape, a picture Harry had drawn at age 7 of his mother's face from a photograph, a small silver wrapper from a chocolate frog Ron had given him, and a copper bracelet in miniature, drawn in pencil. Snape did not go any further. Snape withdrew. "Enough for tonight, Potter." Harry opened his eyes. You did very well. Sir. The door held. You have a good door. Snape's eyes were, for a moment, almost warm. It is exactly the right door for you. Keep it. Do not change it. It's the cupboard under the stairs. I know, Snape said. The stronger a fortress, Potter, the simpler it looks from outside. Yours could pass for a cupboard. Harry looked at him. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me, Potter. Thank your door. The Department of Mysteries announcement came in March. It was a small press release, delivered on a dry Wednesday afternoon, from a press officer reading off a parchment. It was delivered at the top of the stairs of the ministry with Fudge standing attentively behind her. The gist of the announcement was, following several incidents in which underage magical children had demonstrated unsafe and uncontrolled magical discharges, the Department of Mysteries, under Bureau Head Dr. Cassius Quell, was introducing a pilot program. The pilot program was a bracelet. The bracelet was called a dampener cuff. The dampener cuff, the press officer explained, was a temporary, humane, and entirely voluntary device that safely absorbed excess magical energy in children who were, at that developmental stage, unable to regulate it. The cuff was to be piloted in one or two specifically recommended cases, before being offered more broadly to parents who felt their children might benefit. Nobody mentioned Harry Potter's name. Every newspaper in Britain printed Harry Potter's photo the next morning on the front page of the story. The Daily Prophet's editorial, written by a woman named Rita Skeeter, was titled Potter, Gift or Threat. Rita noted, between breathless speculations about Harry's secret private life and romantic rumors about Hermione Granger that were almost funny, that sources within the ministry, who wished to remain anonymous, had suggested Mr. Potter's latest displays of magical force during his second and third years at Hogwarts had raised concerns about proportionality. The editorial concluded with a helpful suggestion that Mr. Potter consider accepting the Bureau's kind assistance for the sake of public reassurance. Ron read it over his shoulder and said, "They're taking the mickey." Hermione, beside him, read it once, read it again, and then deliberately set her butter knife down as if afraid she might throw it at someone. "They're preparing a public," Hermione said. "They're preparing a public for you to go missing one day." "Hermione, I'm telling you what's happening, Harry." "I know." "Do you?" "Yes." They sat there with the eggs going cold. A second year at the next table was openly eavesdropping. Ron, without looking, reached behind him and, without malice, gently cuffed the second year on the ear until the second year turned around and minded his plate. Harry read the editorial at breakfast in the Great Hall. He set the paper down very, very carefully. "Oh," he said. "Mate," Ron said. "It's all right," Harry said. "It's fine." "Harry," I said, "it's fine." Hermione was already on her feet. She was writing a letter in midair, in her head. Harry could practically hear her drafting. "I'll handle the paper," she said. "Ron, you'll help me?" "Yeah, I'll help you, but, Harry," Hermione said. "Listen to me. They want to put a bracelet on you. You will not let them put a bracelet on you." "No," Harry said. He looked at his copper bracelet, the one Hermione had given him, and he turned it on his wrist. "I'll keep this one, thanks." "Yeah," Hermione said. "You will." The incident at Quell's testing chamber happened in May. Harry was not there. Harry was at Hogwarts, doing his end-of-year revision with Ron. The incident was reported afterward in 3 conflicting versions, in each of which the only consistent element was that Harry Potter had arrived in the middle of it. This is how Harry arrived. There was a fire. Harry had been sitting on the edge of the Quidditch pitch, reading. By then, his magical control was 100 times what it had been, but he still preferred to read sprawled on the grass, when a trembling brown owl had dropped a letter into his lap without landing. The letter was in Dumbledore's spiky, elegant hand. It said, "Come at once. The apparition point near the greenhouse is unlocked for you. A child is in danger. Take Sirius's way to Ministry Sublevel 4. Do not wait." Harry had not waited. The castle's apparition point had been unlocked. Harry had gone. Sirius's way, a small, half-remembered tunnel of knowledge from the Marauder days that Sirius had written him about, had carried him, in a series of painful pops, via 3 out-of-the-way hearths, to a narrow service corridor in the bowels of the ministry. Harry had run the last 100 yards with his wand out. The testing chamber was a white, sterile, vaulted room with a ring of observation glass high around it, like an operating theater. In the center of the chamber was a raised plinth. On the plinth, strapped to a slim pale metal chair, was a witch, young, maybe 18, a trainee Auror, trembling, mouth open in a silent scream, her left arm fitted with a bulky silver cuff that was glowing the color of a cheap sunset. The cuff was glowing because it was, very obviously, killing her. Dar. Cassius Quell stood in the observation gallery above, in a crisp charcoal robe, speaking into a silver horn in a calm voice, telling his assembled witness committee, ministry officials, a Daily Prophet reporter, 3 elder unspeakables, that the subject has experienced a minor cardiac event during calibration and the procedure will pause momentarily while field medics are. The witch's eyes rolled back. The cuff started to smoke. Harry did not bother with the door. Harry jumped. It was a long jump. The plinth was 8 feet up. Harry jumped, and the cave creature jumped with him, and Harry's jump cleared the rail as easily as a boy hops a puddle. He landed on the plinth with a boom that fractured the marble under his feet in a perfect hexagonal pattern, knelt over the witch, and did not ask permission. The cuff was humming. The cuff was trying to dig, literally dig, little silver tines flexing in her skin, into the witch's forearm. Harry closed his hand around the cuff. His hand around the cuff looked, for one blazing half-second, like a green stone hand. He squeezed. The cuff did not crack. The cuff dented. The cuff screamed. Harry squeezed harder. The cuff flattened. The silver tines retracted. The humming stopped. Harry wrenched. The cuff came off. Harry dropped the ruined crumpled thing on the floor. He turned to the witch. "Hey," he said, in a voice 2 octaves lower than normal. His throat cleared. He dropped a register. "Hey. Hey. I've got you. You're all right. Breathe. Hey." She came around, gasping. He pulled her upright. Her hand gripped his forearm like a drowning woman's. She could not speak. She did not need to speak. Above them, silence. Quell had gone white. The 3 unspeakables had stood up from their chairs. The Daily Prophet reporter was frantically scribbling. A ministry official had fainted. Minister Fudge, who was not there, who was, as it happened, playing chess at home, would be asleep for another 6 hours and would not know that his career had, at this moment, gently ended. Harry looked up. His eyes, it would be widely reported the next morning, were the color of a thundercloud. "Dr. Quell," Harry said. His voice was perfectly calm. It was also not entirely his. The cave creature had lent him the vowels. Quell did not answer. "Dr. Quell," Harry repeated. "I'd like you to come down here, please." Mr. Potter, now." "Mr. Potter, this was a voluntary trial," the subject signed a. Harry shifted his weight. The marble under his feet cracked further, spreading a web of fault lines out across the plinth. Quell came down. When he was at the bottom of the little stair, Harry, quite gently, walked the witch off the plinth, set her on a couch, fixed her with a look that said "You'll be all right," and turned. "This," Harry said, gesturing to the ruined cuff, "is for me." "Pardon? This is what you made?" "For me. Isn't it?" Quell did not speak. "Isn't it, Dr. Quell?" "Mr. Potter, I'd like you to know," Harry said, "that I don't especially want to hurt you. I'd like you to know that very clearly." The cave creature, in him, made a small disagreeing growl. Harry, without looking, pressed the copper bracelet under his sleeve. "I don't want to hurt you," Harry said again, to himself as much as to Quell. "But I'm going to be very plain, Doctor. If you touch another child with one of these, I will find you, and I will fold you, and I will be very careful to leave just enough of you to regret it. A ministry official, distantly, let out a whimper. Am I being clear? Why yes. Good. Harry nodded once, to the witch, who was crying on the couch. He nodded to the unspeakables, who did not nod back. He walked to the door. At the door, he paused. Dr. Quell, he added. One last thing. Why yes. The bracelet you designed, Harry said, does not work on me. He lifted his wrist. He flexed his hand. And then, calmly, as the unspeakables watched, he stepped out of the ruined chamber and walked, through the ministry corridor, past staring clerks and a statue that had, frankly, never seen this kind of thing, and out through a lift, out through the public atrium, and out into the weak May sunshine of a London afternoon. The walk out of the ministry was the longest walk of Harry's life. Clerks lined the corridor. Some stared at him. Some stared at the floor. A secretary with coppery hair, clutching a stack of files, mouthed the words thank you as he passed. She had not, it turned out, liked Dr. Quell either, and she had a niece Harry's age whom someone had casually suggested might benefit from a cuff. Harry nodded at her. A portly orer with gold epaulets held the lift for him. The lift, going up, was entirely silent except for the soft mechanical chime of the doors at each floor. On the street, the late May sunshine was so pale and weak it looked apologetic. Harry walked up Great Scotland Yard with his hands in his pockets, and the cave creature in him, for the first time since the episode in the chamber, looked out of Harry's eyes, not to fight, but to walk. It walked with him all the way up the pavement, and past a bus stop, and past a little coffee shop, and past a woman in a red coat who smiled at him without knowing who he was, and Harry felt, settling into his spine like a beloved weight, something he had not expected. Pride. Not pride in having hurt the cuff. Pride in not having hurt the doctor. The cave creature, curiously, seemed also to feel it. Its great slow purring, under his ribs, was louder and warmer than Harry had ever felt it. Good, it said, in that wordless humming. Harry smiled at the pavement. That evening, in a shabby room above a pub in Diagon Alley, he met Sirius for exactly 13 minutes. Sirius had been hiding there, in a borrowed hovel that smelled of beer and dog. He crushed Harry in a hug that felt like home. You made quite a splash today, Sirius said. His eyes were dancing. I know. I read the papers. Fudge is raging. The Prophet is saying you're a... What are they saying? A public safety concern. Yeah. Sirius laughed, short. Yeah, well, so was I, once, and look at me. He sobered. Harry, listen. Dumbledore wants you back at the castle tonight. But before that, I need you to know something. Yeah. Whatever happens, Sirius said, you have people. You have Remus. You have Dumbledore. You have McGonagall. You have me. You have Ron. You have Hermione. And if you ever, his voice caught, if you ever need a place to run to that isn't a cupboard, I know, Harry said. Good. Sirius. Yeah. I haven't had much of a family. I know. You count. Sirius did not answer. He reached out and cuffed Harry lightly on the cheek, a father's cuff, not a blow, and his eyes were full, and Harry's chest was full, and they did not say anything else. The ministry, the next morning, held a press conference. Fudge, pale, with sweat in his mustache, announced that the dampener cuff pilot program was being reviewed, and that Harry Potter was, at present, a young man of enormous promise who had tragically acted in haste under distressing circumstances. This was Fudge speak for, we don't know what to do. Between the lines, the entire wizarding world heard a different thing. They heard, we cannot contain this child. And in his office, reading the paper, Dr. Cassius Quell finished his coffee, set the cup down with a steady hand, and smiled his not smile for longer than usual. So, Mr. Potter, he said to the empty room, to the shut door, to the soft murmur of the ministry beyond. You've been introduced to Phase 2. I wonder. How will you feel about Phase 3? He rose and went to the locked cabinet behind his desk. He tapped it twice with his wand. The cabinet opened. Inside were 3 polished brass boxes. On each box, in small engraved lettering, was a name. One of the boxes was marked Ally. Quell did not open that box. He ran his pale finger along the top of it, tenderly, as one might stroke a sleeping cat. On the mantelpiece behind him, a small crystal clock ticked softly, not quite in time with the beat of the city outside. The world is about to become a great deal more complicated for you, Mr. Potter, Quell said, to the quiet boxes. I hope you are ready. In a tower in a castle far to the north, Harry Potter, who was ready for a number of complicated things but not yet for this one, sat on the edge of a 4-poster and read a letter from Sirius by Wandlight. The letter ended with the words, "You are loved, and you are strong, and you are not alone, and none of those facts will ever be the one that breaks." Harry folded the letter, and put it under his pillow, and slept without dreaming. Except, once, in the small hours, he saw the desert again. The mountain, sitting cross-legged in the sand, had a smile on its face. Bruce was standing beside the mountain with one hand resting on its enormous shoulder. They were not talking. They did not need to. The two of them were watching a sunrise, and in the sand at their feet a line had been drawn with a stick. The line was a word. The word was Harry, and it was underlined 3 times, and above it, in smaller letters, the word still. Harry understood, without needing to ask. He was still here. They were still here. They were still his. He was still theirs. The word also meant, keep going. Harry in the dream stepped over the line and stood beside them, and watched the sunrise, and the 3 of them, for a long moment, were one. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The other side of green. There was a tournament, and because there was a tournament, there was trouble. It was called, in Dumbledore's cautious autumn evening announcement, the Triwizard Tournament, and it was, as announced, an exchange with 2 other European wizarding schools, Beauxbatons from somewhere near the French coast, Durmstrang from somewhere cold and pine-strewn. 3 champions, 1 from each school, over the age of 17, selected by a goblet. A prize of 1,000 galleons and the honor of a castle. A thing to put in the papers when the papers had been running, for 6 months, too many stories about an adolescent named Potter. The goblet of fire spat Harry's name out at the end of its little ceremony anyway. It spat his name out forth, after the champions had already been selected, like a postscript. Like a cough. There were 4 champions. 3 schools. 1 extra. Dumbledore, with great care, contained the hull. Harry did not stand up. Harry sat in his seat, and Hermione, who was beside him, put her hand on his hand and said, very quietly, into the rising noise, "We'll work it out." She said it with complete serenity, because Hermione, Harry had come to learn, was never more serene than when a real problem had just arrived. "I didn't put my name in," Harry said. "I know you didn't. Someone else did." "Yes." The hall shuddered around them. Harry was looking at the goblet, which was sitting on a stool, dying down. He was also looking, across the hall at the high table, at a face that he had not expected to see there. In a pale charcoal robe, stepped back a polite half-pace behind the Beauxbatons headmistress, was Dr. Cassius Quell. Harry's stomach, in a way he had not felt since the chamber, went cold. "Hermione," he whispered. "Yes. Quell's here." Hermione, without looking, said, "I know. He arrived with the ministry delegation. He's observing." "Observing what, exactly?" "Us." Hermione and Ron, that very night, began a research campaign so methodical that Professor McGonagall, finding a stack of 9 books at their breakfast table the next morning, paused, looked at the stack, looked at Hermione, and said, "Finish your eggs first, Miss Granger." "Professor, we need eggs first. Research after." Hermione, reluctant, ate her eggs. The research turned up a man named Barty Crouch Sr., his son, missing for years, presumed dead. It turned up a name in the registry list, a ministry clerk Quell had used to pull obscure archival files on a subject coded only as PRP 0031. It turned up, buried in the footnotes of an interview in which weekly with one of Quell's former assistants, the casual remark that the doctor had a particular interest in infant magical discharges, especially any involving what he called atypical signatures. It turned up, in short, the outlines of what Harry already knew. Quell was watching him. Had been watching him. Had, in all likelihood, arranged this tournament. Had, as evidence came in, at the very least reached out to some faction of the remaining Death Eaters, former Dark Lord loyalists, bureaucrats with too much money and not enough conscience, and proposed a collaboration. The goal was unclear. The direction was clear enough. Someone wanted Harry somewhere private, and controlled, and with a measurement device on his arm. "We're not letting them," Ron said, one night, over a pile of parchment. He was in an odd and Ronish mood. He had his feet on the chair next to him and Coco in one hand. "Are we?" "No," Hermione said. "Good. Harry. I'm not letting anyone put a bracelet on me that isn't this one," Harry said, flicking the copper cuff. "Good," Ron said. "Also," Harry said, after a moment, "if they try, I'm going to ask politely first. Then I'm going to go green. Just a little." "That's fair," Ron said. "Just a little." "Just enough," Hermione corrected. "Just enough," Harry agreed. The first task, in November, was dragons. Harry, with a steel-shot heart, walked out into the ring against a Hungarian horntail. 3 other champions had gone before him. Each had used a spell, or a trick. Cedric Diggory had transfigured a rock into a terrier to distract the dragon, which was clever and a little sweet. Crumb had used the conjunctivitis curse, which had half-blinded the beast and cost him points when the eggs scrambled in the dragon's thrashing. The French witch Fleur Delacour had sung the dragon partially to sleep, in what Harry thought was the most beautiful thing he had seen in the tournament, and also nearly burned her skirt off. Harry walked into the ring with his wand in his hand and his copper bracelet pressed against the inside of his wrist. He looked at the dragon. The dragon looked at him. Harry did not cast anything. He walked, slowly, around the edge of the ring. The dragon tracked him with her head lowered. Harry, in Parseltongue, which, as it turned out, dragons half understood, though nobody had written this down because nobody had been the right species to try, said softly, "Mother. Your eggs are fine. I will not touch them. I need the gold one." The dragon's tail twitched. "I swear it," Harry said. "Mother." The dragon considered him. Her great amber eye narrowed. Then, and the watching crowd would not believe this as it saw it, she lowered her head a fraction, as if nodding, and slid, with enormous dignity, to the side of her nest. Harry walked to the nest. He picked up the golden egg. He nodded to her. "Thank you, Mother," he said. He walked back out of the ring. The arena was silent. The audience erupted. Hermione had her hands over her mouth. Ron was screaming Harry's name in an inexplicable falsetto. Charlie Weasley, the dragon handler, was staring at Harry with something between awe and professional alarm. Rita Skeeter, in the stands, was writing so fast her quick quotes quill was smoking. The judges gave Harry full marks. Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, gave him a 2. This was expected. Nobody cared. Backstage, Cedric Diggory, tall, handsome, golden, met him at the flap of the champion's tent. "That was," Cedric said, blinking, "the most absurd thing I have ever seen." "Sorry," Harry said. "Don't be. That was something." "What was that?" I asked her nicely. "Yeah. I saw." She said yes. "Yeah." Cedric laughed, a short helpless laugh, and clapped Harry on the shoulder. He was being very careful not to look at Harry's eyes too long. Cedric knew, as half the castle now knew, some version of the rumors about the troll and the corridor and the chamber. Cedric, to his enormous credit, was Cedric about it. He treated Harry like a peer. "Good luck, Potter," he said. "You too, Cedric." It was the last thing Harry ever said to him as a friend. The second task was the lake. Harry did it quickly. He had, some weeks prior, discovered that the cave creature did not, in fact, need to breathe much. He went under. He came up in the weed with a Weasley under one arm and, because he was not leaving her there, a small blonde Beauxbatons girl under the other. He surfaced to an astonished cheer. A Merchiftanus looked at him from the weeds and gave him a long, grudging nod, the way one predator acknowledges another at a watering hole. Between the second and third tasks, Harry noticed a number of small things. He noticed that Mad-Eye Moody, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, flinched when Harry passed his desk. Moody flinched in a way that was not Moody-like. Moody's usual reaction to anything was to roar and to drink from a hip flask. This new flinch was small and private and had, in Harry's cave creature's low-frequency instinct, the smell of wrongness. He mentioned it to Dumbledore, on a rainy Thursday, in the headmaster's office. "Yes," Dumbledore said, quietly. "Yes, I noticed, Harry. I have made my own inquiries. Do not go near Professor Moody's hip flask. Do not eat or drink anything he offers you. Do not sit in his office alone." "Sir, he is not Moody," Dumbledore said, very slowly. "He is someone wearing Moody's face. We will attend to it. I will not act until we know what he is doing, and what he is doing has not yet fully begun. Trust me." "I trust you, sir." "Good. And Harry, yes, sir." Dumbledore put his long fingers together. He looked for a moment, very steadily, at Harry. He was not smiling. He was, the way a brave man looks at a storm, simply looking. "Harry," he said, "in the matter of your other friend." Harry did not pretend not to understand. "Yes, sir. I have consulted with Professor Snape, and with a wise old colleague of mine named Elphias Doge who was more widely traveled in his youth than I was. I believe I have the outline of an explanation, Harry. Do you want to hear it?" "Yes, please, sir." In some very rare cases, when a soul is unquiet at death, or when a soul has loved a mortal they could not hold, their spirit is scattered and rebound in a new body. The new body carries the old soul as a passenger, and the old soul, if they are kind, protects the new. "I believe, Harry, that whoever your Bruce," Harry said. "Bruce was, he met your mother once, very briefly, in a moment of mutual kindness, and he gave her something. A small piece of himself. He perhaps did not know. Your mother perhaps did not know. When you were born, Harry, that piece of him was folded into you. When Voldemort's curse struck, that piece of him recognized an old enemy. He woke up. He put out his hand. Voldemort broke upon it. And the mountain is, I suspect, who Bruce was," Dumbledore said carefully, "in moments when he was larger than himself. Yes. They seem, in you, to have reconciled. That is very beautiful, Harry." Harry's eyes were wet. He did not care. He was 12.5 years into carrying this on his own, and it was the first time another human being had said the shape of it out loud. "Thank you, sir." "The other matter," Dumbledore said, very gently, "is I believe, yes, sir. I believe Bruce, like your mother, would be very proud of you." Harry did not trust his voice. Dumbledore, with infinite patience, handed him a handkerchief. The third task was at the end of June. The week before, Ron had, out of nowhere, in the common room late one night, said, "Harry. Are you, I don't know, do you trust the cup?" "What cup?" "The Triwizard Cup." The thing you're gonna grab at the end. Harry thought about it. No, he said, after a while. Then don't grab it. Ron. I'm serious. Don't grab it. Or grab it last. Or, I don't know. Grab it funny. Harry laughed. I'll grab it funny. Good. Ron, who was not entirely kidding, looked down into his cocoa. Don't die, mate. I wasn't planning to. Well, plan harder. The third task maze was a hedge maze. It was tall, higher than 3 men, and it was on the grounds, and it smelled wet at the base like any hedge. Harry entered the maze with Cedric on one side, Crumb on the other, Fleur across. Each champion went in through a separate entry, by staggered times. The maze was not the problem. Harry had, in him, a very large animal. The animal was very good at hedges. He walked. He sent sphinxes politely on their way with a couple of carefully answered riddles. He dodged a blast-ended scrut. He flipped a boggart with a thought. He could feel the center of the maze, not with magic, but with the way the cave creature's awareness reached out like sonar, because the center of the maze had the cup in it and the cup had, not magic. Something that felt familiar in the wrong way. Harry arrived at a small clearing at the same time Cedric did. At the other end of the clearing, on a pedestal of mist and green light, was the cup. Cedric saw Harry. Cedric grinned. Take it, Cedric said. I got here half a second after you. No, I didn't even see you, Harry said. You take it. Potter, Cedric, together, Cedric said. Together. Harry hesitated. Cedric had not hesitated. Cedric, who had been raised by a kindly father who had taught him gracefully, walked over, and he put his hand on the cup, and he smiled at Harry, and he said, on 3. 1. 2, Harry, in the half-second before 3, felt, deep in his ribs, the cave creature, quite suddenly, stand up. It was a warning. Harry lunged. He shoved Cedric sideways. He grabbed the cup. He meant to throw it away. He was too late. The cup portkeyed, and Harry portkeyed with it, and so, because Harry had pushed him, did Cedric. They came down in a graveyard. The graveyard was not in Britain. Harry could not have said why. The air was drier. The grass was wilder. There were black marble tombs on one side and ragged stone graves on the other, and in the middle of the graves was a large stone cauldron, and behind the cauldron, on the steps of a sepulchre, was a small cloaked figure holding, as one might hold a swaddled baby, a wrapped bundle of rags. The bundle moved. A voice from the bundle said, softly and terribly, kill the spare. The cloaked figure, Harry had only a second to see that it was a short man with watery eyes, a rat-like face, a man named Wormtail, raised a wand. Avada, Harry moved. Harry moved faster than he had ever moved in his life, faster than he had moved for the Dementor on the train, faster than he had moved for the troll or the basilisk, because Cedric was a friend and Cedric was behind him and the cave creature was already on its feet. Harry hit Wormtail at the knees. Wormtail went over backwards into a tomb. The killing curse went wide. It scorched a black line across a marble angel's wing and hissed out against the stars. Cedric, run, Harry shouted. Portkey. The cup. Take it. I'm not leaving you, take it and come back for me. Go. Cedric hesitated half a second, turned, lunged. He reached the cup. He touched it. He vanished. Harry felt, for the briefest moment, relief so great his eyes swam. Then something very cold closed around his right arm, and he was slammed, with inhuman strength, against the marble of a tall grave, and Wormtail was binding him to a stone headstone with ropes that, as they settled against Harry's wrists, sparked and sizzled. Enchanted cords, Wormtail panted. Blood iron. Courtesy of the doctor. Harry tugged. The cords did not give. They actually did not give. They should have. But they did not. They clung like a skin. They burned, very faintly, a pale green under Harry's wrists when he flexed, and they held. Harry stopped pulling. Over Wormtail's shoulder, in the fog at the bottom of the graveyard, two other figures stepped forward. One was a tall, thin wizard with a pale face under a hood, in an expensive dark robe. The other, with a small, pleased, not smiling mouth, was Dr. Cassius Quell. Harry's blood went hot and then cold and then hot again. "You," he said to Quell. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Quell said. "Perhaps now, perhaps at last, we can have that measurement. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." Wormtail, in the fog, was working. He had broken open a grave beneath the cauldron. He had raised the bone, a clean dry whitish length of it, with tenderness, from the grave. He had whispered the word father over it. The bone, which Harry later understood belonged to Tom Riddle Sr., dropped into the cauldron with a small chemical hiss. "Flesh, of the servant, willingly given, you will, revive, your master." Wormtail took his own right hand off. He did it with an iron knife. He screamed. The hand fell with a wet thump into the cauldron. The cauldron hissed louder. Harry pulled at the cords. Sparks. No give. The cave creature, inside him, growled now, not softly. "Blood of the enemy," Wormtail cried, coming toward Harry with the dripping knife in his other hand, the left, the hand he had remaining. "Forcibly taken, you will, resurrect your foe." He drew the blade across the inside of Harry's forearm. Or, he tried. The blade did not cut. It slid along Harry's skin and did not part it. Wormtail stared. Wormtail pressed harder. The blade bent. Wormtail's eyes went wild. Quell, in the fog, stepped forward with a different instrument, a short, ugly, finely made iron needle on a chain, covered with tiny runes. "You'll need this," Quell said. "I had, prepared, for this contingency." Harry looked at Quell. Harry's green eyes, in the moonlight, held, for the first time that night, the thing the cave creature was lending him. "Doctor," Harry said softly. "You're making a mistake." "Only the last," Quell said with a pleased smile, and he placed the rune needle against Harry's arm himself, and he pressed, and because the needle was, he had spent 3 years making sure, correctly calibrated for a specific kind of energy signature, it cut. A single bead of Harry's blood welled up. Quell collected it on a glass disc. Quell, with the care of a man handling nitroglycerin, lifted the disc, walked it to the cauldron, and tilted it. A single bead of Harry's blood fell into the cauldron. There was a moment, a ghastly moment, where it hung in the air. Then the cauldron exploded. Not outward. Upward. A great column of green steam erupted, hissed, twisted, the bone in the cauldron made a sharp dry crack as if a chicken leg in an oven had burst, and the flesh, Wormtail's hand, vanished in a boil of steam. The cauldron itself rocked. A piece of its rim cracked. The boy's blood," Quell hissed, dismayed, holding his wand like a conductor hushing an orchestra, "it's scalding." The column of steam broke. Out of the cauldron rose, half-formed, skeletal, with the cauldron's iron ringing and the stones of the graveyard shivering, a long thin figure. A grey-white body. A skull face. Red eyes. Lord Voldemort. But, wrong. He rose only halfway out of the cauldron. His left side looked unfinished. His legs were not yet together. His mouth, when it opened, hissed steam. Wherever Harry's blood had touched him, his flesh hissed in low steady ugly protest. "Robes," he breathed, in a voice like wet silver. "Robes. Wormtail. My robes." Wormtail scrambled. He drew a dark robe from a satchel. He helped Voldemort, with a terrified whimper, into it. Voldemort stepped out of the cauldron. He did not step well. He limped. His white fingers flexed, and where his little finger had been there was now only a small pale scorch mark. You, Voldemort said, turning to Harry on the headstone. You are harder than I was told. You're not what you were planning to be, Harry said. His voice, he noticed, was perfectly steady. Voldemort's skull face twisted. Doctor. Yes, my lord. The readings. Consistent, my lord. Consistent with the working theory. The boy is a vessel for, is he now, Voldemort said. He walked, slowly, around Harry. He limped. His hiss against Harry's skin, when he passed too close, went up a note. Is he? How curious. I am bound to him now, after all. That will be interesting. He raised his wand. Crucio, he said, idly, like a man testing a doorbell. Harry felt the curse try to grab him. It tried. It did not close. The Cruciatus found Harry's skin, and Harry's skin, for the first time in Harry's life, visibly, went, in a slow crawling wave, a pale moss green. The curse slid off. Harry, pressed to the headstone, did not scream. Harry blinked. Voldemort looked, for the first time that night, as close to shocked as his ruined face could get. The cave creature, in Harry, spoke. It spoke, this time, out loud, through Harry, with Harry. The sound that came out of Harry's mouth was half Harry's and half something deep and slow and enormous. It said, "You have the wrong boy." Harry flexed. The cords, Quell's clever blood-iron cords, did not, this time, hold. They did not burn. They did not spark. They melted. Harry's arms came down. He stood up from the headstone. He stood a foot taller than he had stood 2 minutes earlier. His shoulders were wider. His shoulders were still widening. Under his torn robes, his chest was a slow, storm-colored green. His jaw had changed. His teeth, when he breathed, were harder and whiter than a moment ago. His eyes were still green, still his mother's shape of green, but with something broader sitting behind them, something that had broken a snake's skull with its bare fist in a war neither Voldemort nor Quell would ever begin to understand. Wormtail ran. Wormtail ran, sobbing, toward the fog at the edge of the graveyard. Harry, and the cave creature with him, and both of them together this time, and it was not a transformation into a beast, it was a great standing up, a great arrival. Harry reached out, without hurry, picked Wormtail up with one hand around the back of his collar, and tossed him, with terrible gentleness, into a hedge. Wormtail did not get up. A few twigs fluttered. The hedge, on a slight breeze, rustled. Quell was backing up. Voldemort was backing up. Harry walked. He walked across the graveyard toward the two of them. He did not run. He did not need to. "Dr. Quell," Harry said. His voice was low thunder. "I told you. Mr. Potter, I told you very clearly, in the ministry, not to touch another child. You put a needle into me. It touches me. I count. Mr. Potter, the needle, a simple trial, I will not hurt you tonight," Harry said. "I made that promise to myself. But I will hurt this." He pointed, without looking, at Voldemort. "You made this. You made this with my blood." Go," Harry said, quietly, to Quell. Quell, gibbering, went. He did not apparate. He ran. Through the stones. Into the fog. He would be found, the next morning, on a hillside 15 miles away, weeping, by a very confused farmer. Voldemort was left alone. Harry turned to him. Voldemort lifted his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green bolt struck Harry in the chest. It splashed off his chest. It splashed off his chest like water off glass. It left a pale burn mark on his sternum the size of a coin. It did not do a single thing besides that. Voldemort stared at his wand. Harry stood. Then Harry, quite softly, began to speak. His voice was more the cave creature now than Harry. It was the voice Harry had heard in his head for years, out loud for the first time, and it was the voice of a friend. It was the voice of a patient, tired, enormous thing that had been waiting for this particular evening for a very long time. Voldemort, Harry said. We know you. We have known you. A long time ago, in a time you do not remember, there was a battle. There was always a battle. There were always things like you. We smashed them. We are tired of them. We are so very tired of them. You will, Harry said, not die tonight. Because the manner of your death is not mine to own, and because there is a boy I love behind my eyes who would like, when he grows up, to remember that we did not simply pulverize you in a field. But I will tell you this, Voldemort. We have your measure now. And you, Harry's eyes, for a long slow moment, were no color at all, were only light, you no longer have mine. Voldemort disapparated. It was a jagged, lopsided disapparition, the disapparition of a man with a burn inside his bones. He would not, they would learn in coming weeks, regain full strength for months. The blood of Harry Potter had scalded him to his rib, and even in his new ruined body he could not purge it. His great plan had worked. His great plan had also, privately, failed. Harry stood alone in the graveyard. For a long, long moment, he stood. The green in his skin, the slow crawling moss green, faded. His shoulders settled. His height reset. He shrank down back to the Harry who had entered the maze, the 14-year-old boy with a copper bracelet under his sleeve and a wand in his hand. He walked across the graveyard to the edge of the hedge. He found Wormtail in the hedge. He grabbed the back of Wormtail's collar. He dragged Wormtail, unconscious and gibbering, out of the hedge and along the grass and back to the clearing where the portkey still lay. He did not leave Wormtail. Wormtail would stand trial. Harry looked down at the cup. It had, he realized, returned. Someone, Cedric, loyal, terrified Cedric, who had done precisely what Harry had asked, had managed to come back. The cup was on the grass where it had been set. A small note, in Cedric's handwriting, was tucked under it, Harry. Come back. Anywhere you are. This will take you home. Harry's throat closed. He sat down on the grass for a moment beside Wormtail. The cave creature, in him, shifted and lay its great head on its forepaws, and was very quiet. Harry reached into the pocket of his ruined dress robes and found, by some miracle of Hermione's, a small crumpled paper. He opened it. It said, in her careful round hand, "Come back safe." Harry wiped his face on his sleeve. He took Wormtail by one hand. He took the cup in the other. He touched the cup. They went home. He landed in the maze field at Hogwarts with Wormtail sobbing across his knees and his own chest full of a single coin-sized burn and his mouth full of the taste of the desert he had not been to. The field around the cup was screaming. He could not at first make out what was being screamed. He could only make out faces. Moody, bellowing. McGonagall, crying. Dumbledore, who had reached him first, kneeling in the grass, holding his shoulders with both hands, saying his name over and over. Harry. 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 Look at me. Sir. Are you all right? Yes. Dumbledore saw the man tied up at Harry's feet. Dumbledore saw the burn on Harry's chest. Dumbledore saw the cup, warm still. Dumbledore saw, in the middle distance, a pale and perfectly unhurt Cedric Diggory running across the grass with Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley sprinting behind him, both of them shouting Harry's name. Cedric, Dumbledore breathed. Cedric is alive, Harry said. He came back. He sent the cup back. Dumbledore's eyes were wet. Harry, he whispered. Harry. I am, so grateful you are alive. I am, Bruce, he caught himself. His blue eyes, startled, flicked up to Harry's. Forgive me, Dumbledore said, very softly. It slipped. I do not know why. I was thinking of someone long ago. Forgive me. I meant, it's all right, sir. I know who you meant, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry, looking back, did not correct him. They took Cedric home. Amos Diggory came over the grass across the maize field with a face that Harry would remember, in sharp still frames, all his life. Cedric had reached Amos before Harry landed. Cedric had, for the full terrible 30 seconds Amos had thought his son was dead, been holding his father on his feet by the shoulders. Amos, when he saw Harry come out of the portkey with Wormtail unconscious at his feet and Cedric alive and upright at his side, let out a sound that was not crying. It was like crying and then a laugh and then crying again. He staggered forward and crushed Cedric to his chest, and then, shifting, he reached out with one long arm and crushed Harry into the embrace as well. Harry stood in the circle of Amos Diggory's other arm, while somewhere the cave creature hummed its softest hum, and he let Amos hold him for as long as Amos needed. Thank you, boy, Amos whispered into Harry's hair. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Harry could not speak. Behind them, McGonagall had arrived with a team of professors. Moody, or the thing pretending to be Moody, was already being taken away in irons by the real Moody's wand, which Snape had, with cold economy, disarmed. Dumbledore had worked it out moments after Harry returned. The impostor would prove to be a man named Barty Crouch Jr., who had been masquerading as Moody all year, with the help of a polyjuiced hostage stuffed in a trunk in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. He had entered Harry's name into the goblet. He had turned the Triwizard Cup into a portkey. Dumbledore, with the help of Snape, had been watching Moody for months. They had almost, waited too long. It would take 2 more days to piece together the Quell angle. Quell had, the investigation would show, slipped onto Moody Crouch's team via the Ministry's bureau, piggybacking his own agenda on top of Voldemort's. It was neither a Death Eater plan nor a Ministry plan. It was a smaller, hotter plan, a man obsessed with measuring a boy, that had ridden on the back of a larger one. Harry, sitting on a stone bench that night in the headmaster's office with Ron on one side and Hermione on the other and Sirius, who had been smuggled in by Fawkes, on the other side of the room in grim, watchful dog shape, Harry had not known what to do with any of it. He had sat. Ron had passed him a chocolate frog. Hermione had pressed her forehead against his temple, briefly, the way you do with someone who has come back from a war. Dumbledore had poured tea that nobody drank. Sirius, Dumbledore said quietly, after a long time. Stay with him tonight. In the tower. I have cleared it with the prefects. Yes. Harry, sir. You are not going back to the Dursleys this summer. Harry looked up. His eyes were dry. His mouth was dry. Everything was dry. Sir. You are going to the Order's headquarters. Sirius's old home. He has offered it to us as a place to regroup. You will go with him and with Remus. And we will begin to plan, in earnest, Harry, because what we have been playing at for 3 years is, from tomorrow, a war. Yes, sir. Good. Dumbledore's gaze rested on him a moment. And Harry, yes, sir. Your other friend inside you. Tell him, privately, that we know his name now. Tell him we have been waiting a very long time to say hello. Tell him we are grateful to him. And tell him, Dumbledore's voice caught slightly, tell him we welcome him. He is not a monster in our house. He is a guest we are honored to have. Harry nodded. He could not speak. But later, in the tower, when everyone else was asleep, he sat up in bed and pressed the copper bracelet with his thumb, and he whispered into the dark, "They know you. They know you. They welcome you." The cave creature, inside him, made a sound that Harry, in all the years to come, would think of as weeping. The wizarding world fractured in 6 hours. By morning, the Daily Prophet was on the streets with a headline that covered the front page in 2-inch letters: Potter returns from graveyard, HEWHO must not be named restored. Below it, a smaller headline: Ministry Bureau implicated. Bureau head missing. There were 3 stories beneath, all by Rita Skeeter, all of them at least partly honest, which was a rare and welcome thing. Rita had, at some point in the night, sobered up. The lead editorial, which had been written in a Hogwarts broom cupboard at 2 a.m. on a borrowed typewriter because Rita would not let the scoop go, said, in an uncharacteristically careful paragraph near the end, "We must acknowledge in print what this newspaper and this ministry have been pretending to ignore. Harry Potter is not a problem to be solved. He is, it now appears, the single thing standing between Lord Voldemort and the conquest of this island. And the bureaucrat who most recently attempted to convert that child into a laboratory specimen is a fugitive in a sanatorium. We should, it strikes us, have some modesty before this young man. We should, at minimum, offer him our thanks." Ron threw the paper down. "I don't believe it. Did Skeeter find a soul?" "She borrowed one," Hermione said, "for the evening." Well, good," Ron said. "Yeah," Harry said. "Good." Fudge denied every word of the second headline. Hermione, reading the paper on the tower stairs, said, "They're going to make you the villain, Harry." "I know. They're going to try to make the whole country afraid of you." "I know. And we're going to make them unafraid. We're going to tell them who you are. Every day. Every interview. Every copy of every paper we can reach. You and Ron." "Yes. And me?" Hermione took his hand. Her small bookish brown hand closed around his large scarred green-laced knuckles, and she did not flinch for a single second. "You," she said, "are going to keep being you." Harry nodded. Down the corridor, in a hospital bed, Cedric Diggory, who had not, by the most paper-thin miracle, been killed, was being fussed over by Madame Pomfrey. He would live. His father, big and red-eyed, would, 2 nights later, come to the castle specifically to find Harry and, without speaking, hug him for an entire long minute in the middle of the entrance hall. "Thank you," Mr. Diggory would say, at the end of the hug. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." It would be the only thing he said. And in an anonymous ward of a small hospital in the French countryside, a man with a neat charcoal mustache and pale eyes would be admitted under a false name, weeping softly in a chair, uncommunicative, his small leather case of parchment tools broken open on the bed beside him. In the case, a single wand. On the wand, a faint blood-iron smudge. Quell would not answer questions. Voldemort, in a safe house, would spend 3 weeks unable to stand. But he would, eventually, begin to walk again. And he would, eventually, begin to build his army. And the wizarding world would tilt, and the ceiling of the Great Hall of Hogwarts, which Harry had learned responded to emotion, would, night after night that autumn, be cloudy. And Harry would sit on the edge of the Black Lake, in the first week of June, with Hermione on one side and Ron on the other, in silence, watching the sun go down, and after a long time the cave creature in his ribs would make its low, comfortable purring noise, and Harry, very quietly, would speak aloud what he had not spoken aloud before. Around them, the grounds of Hogwarts were quieter than they had been in weeks. Word of Voldemort's return had, as Hermione had predicted, spread everywhere. Students had begun going home early. The train to London was being doubled. The ministry, in between Fudge's collapsing denials, was frantically restaffing. In 100 houses across Britain, frightened parents were writing to their children at school. In a dozen houses among the Order of the Phoenix, old wands were being oiled. And yet, there, on the shore of the Black Lake, there was no war. There was only the slow lap of water on sand. There was Ron, who had fallen asleep sitting up and was snoring. There was Hermione, who had not let go of Harry's arm for over an hour. There was Harry, with his feet in the shallows, and his heart, for the first time in weeks, beating at exactly the speed of a normal 14-year-old's. "Hi, Bruce," Harry said, to his own chest. "Hi, you. Hi, big guy. I think we're going to have to work together for a bit. All three of us. Properly. No more pretending only one of us is in the room." The purring deepened. Hermione slipped her arm through his. Ron took the sandwich Hermione had been eating and ate it. Hermione said, "Ronald," and Ron said, "I'm growing, aren't I?" and Harry, for the first time since the graveyard, laughed. He laughed like a boy. His laugh was small and tired and startled, and Hermione's face lit up at the sound of it, and Ron elbowed him in the ribs in the way only the best friend on earth can elbow you in the ribs. Harry Potter, 14 years old, with the soul of a broken, gentle scientist sleeping under his heart, and with the hand of a mountain resting, in the dim behind his ribs, on that scientist's shoulder, watched the sun drop into the water, and let it go, and, for the first time in his life, did not try to hold on to the day. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Strongest There Is. The year of the war at Hogwarts began the way wars usually begin, which is to say slowly and then all at once. It had been 18 months, not a single year, since the graveyard, because a proper ending needs a proper build, and because Harry had, after the events of his 4th year, taken a year out of the castle by agreement with Dumbledore. In that year, in an old wrecked mansion off a shabby London square, Harry Potter had continued to grow. He had grown tall. He had grown broader. Bits of him that had been thin with not eating and starved with cupboards had filled out, and he looked now, in the bathroom mirror, like a boy the world might have had a hard time placing in a photograph of his parents' class at school. He looked like the relative of both of them. Not the child. The young man. He had not grown green. He had, under Snape's patient supervision across 3 summers, stopped going green on accident. The copper bracelet still lived on his wrist, but he pressed it now less as a warning bell and more as a fidget. Bruce had settled, in him, into a calm, working companion. He tinkered in the back of Harry's head the way a grandfather tinkers in a garden shed. He would sometimes lean out of a dream at odd hours, when Harry was washing a mug, or buttering bread, and he would say, "Hey, kid," and Harry would smile at his toast. The mountain, the one he had started thinking of as the one behind Bruce, was quieter. But he was present. He would come out of the cave in Harry's ribs when Harry needed a full breath, and he would, very gently, exhale with Harry. His greatest power had been the hardest-won kindness of all, the willingness to wait. The Order of the Phoenix operated out of the wrecked mansion. Sirius was there. Remus was there, part-time, because Remus was also away in the field. The Weasleys drifted through. Hermione wrote theses and took them apart and wrote them again on the dining room table, and the dining room tables would grew so softly worn by her work that it began to shine. Dumbledore came by once a month, with news. Voldemort, in this year and a half, had rebuilt. Not a great army. A chosen one. He had learned, in the graveyard, that he was now bound to Harry by blood, and that the binding did not go his way. He had learned, through the reports of Cassius Quell's scattered allies, that the boy's body was not a vessel to harvest but a fortress to break. He had, therefore, taken a different path. He had gathered weapons. He had gathered dark allies. He had reached, with a very cold and careful wand, into the darkest corners of the world, and he had pulled out, one by one, Dementors, giants, werewolves, the werewolves under Fenrir Greyback, the giants in the old Icelands of the north, the Dementors in the black fog over Azkaban, and, in the end, he had pulled out, from a wreck of a sanatorium in the French countryside, one Dr. Cassius Quell. Quell had agreed to a partnership. Quell was, by that time, not quite whole in the head. But his hands still worked, and his tools still worked, and his great obsession had narrowed to a single point. Quell, rescued from his sanatorium by a gloved Death Eater in a motor car in the middle of a rainy night, had sat in the passenger seat with a blanket around his shoulders and said, very softly, as the hedgerows went past, would he give me the measurement, do you think? Now. After all this? No, doctor, the Death Eater had said. He will not. Ah, Quell had said. Then we will have to take it. Harry spent most of his 17th year doing two things, neither of them especially glamorous. He hunted Horcruxes. Dumbledore had, in the early part of the year, led him by the hand through a careful tutorial on what they were and how Voldemort had made them. Dumbledore, by the end, was very thin and very gentle and very tired, and had, in the middle of a fortnight in a cave, come home with a hand that was slowly blackening from a curse on a locket. Dumbledore was dying. Everybody, including Dumbledore, knew it. Dumbledore had said to Harry, with a small clear smile, one afternoon in his office, "Harry, I intend to live long enough to see one more winter. Do not ask me for more than that." Harry had not asked for more. Harry had put his head on Dumbledore's shoulder for one long moment, which he had never done with any man in his life, and Dumbledore had not pulled away. Harry also read. He read letters. Hermione had taken up, in her own gentle way, a correspondence with a retired Auror in America who had once worked on what he called enhanced magicals, a very tactful American euphemism for Harry's particular kind of thing. The retired Auror, a woman named May Parker, no relation, she insisted, wrote back beautifully. She had, she explained, once had a nephew who had been bitten by something and changed, and who had, for a while, climbed walls, and who had, with her help, learned to land his feet before he landed them on anyone. People like your friend, she wrote, are not machines to be reset. They are people to be listened to. Sit with him. Write down the things he knows. Put them on the refrigerator. Don't pretend it isn't there. Hermione, who had never had a refrigerator charmed to hold paper, enchanted one. Harry, at 17, wrote down the things the cave creature in him said. He wrote them on the fridge. He made it an album. By the end of the year the album was 50 pages long. Bruce was a good teacher. Bruce knew science that did not exist in any magical textbook. Bruce explained that rage, in the mountain, was a response to a specific frequency of pain, and that if one, with practice, learned to address the pain first and the rage second, one could send the mountain back into the workbench room on request. This was, Bruce told Harry, the same thing a wizard friend of Bruce's had once told him about fear and patron uses, and when Bruce mentioned this he also mentioned a name, Lily Potter, and he said it without crying, and Harry did not ask him to explain. Snape, during this year, was Harry's other teacher. Snape had, one evening in November, sat down across from Harry at a low desk in Sirius's old house and said, "Potter, I am going to tell you a secret." "Yes, sir." "The secret is that I, too, carry a man in me I do not want." Harry had looked up, sharply. "Not a passenger," Snape had said. "Not like yours. A memory. A ghost." Snape had folded his thin hands. "The way I carry him is the same way, in principle, that you carry Bruce. Not magic. Attention. I will show you how to clean your shelf." "Sir." "Your inner shelf, Potter. The one with the workbench." "Oh. Sit." Harry had sat. Snape's occlumency lessons, across that year, had become less a discipline of defense and more a discipline of housekeeping. Snape taught him how to dust the workbench, in the mind. How to check the lamp. How to speak, properly, to the mountain, in a voice that was neither frightened nor indulgent. How to ask Bruce, each morning, what he needed, because Bruce sometimes needed a cup of tea, and Harry, by offering the cup, in his own mind, somehow steadied both of them. How to sit, during a Voldemort attack on a nearby village, in the workbench room, quietly, with Bruce, and to say, "We will go out. In 1 minute. We are not frightened. We are sad. We will go out." Harry had, through this year, grown into being 3 persons in a way that 3 persons should never have grown into being in a single body, by agreement. By quiet daily agreement. The siege of Hogwarts began at 9 on a cold, clear September night. Harry was in the Great Hall. Dumbledore was at the high table. The Order, quietly, had been gathering at the castle for 3 weeks, in anticipation. The students, not all of them, those whose families had sent them away were gone, but enough, the students had been trained, quietly, all year, in small clubs. Hermione's Dumbledore's army, ran the drills. Ron led the fifth-year squadron. Neville Longbottom, of all people, had surprised them all by becoming the single calmest person in a crisis that any of them had ever seen. The attack came in 3 lines. The first, a wall of Dementors, swept down the valley. The second, giants, came over the crest of a hill behind the Forbidden Forest. The third, in the sky, was a cloud of Death Eaters on brooms, in black. Behind them, perched in the lee of a rise in the landscape, was a small dark tent, and in the tent was a cauldron, and beside the cauldron was a man with a pale charcoal robe and a small not-smiling mouth. Quell had built the siphon. It was the size of a small desk. It was wreathed in little copper coils. It had, at its heart, the mechanism of the ruined dampener cuff that Harry had flattened in the Ministry. 3 years of design had gone into it, and, at its second heart, a crystal tube from a graveyard in France, into which a single bead of Harry Potter's scalding blood had been preserved. The device had one function. It was not precise. It was not clever. It was designed to reach out across a field, lock onto the boy whose blood matched the sample in the tube, and pull. Pull whatever was inside him out. Pull it into a new container, where Voldemort, standing behind Quell, in a high-collared robe, breath quiet, hand on his wand, would, at the moment of extraction, absorb it. Voldemort, reader of minds, connoisseur of souls, had taken one look at the device, one evening in the tent, and said, "Does it work?" "Yes, my lord." "Are you sure?" "On animals, my lord." "On rabbits." "On a pig." "On a dog." "And on a child?" "On a child, my lord, it should extract the anomaly within 30 seconds. Perhaps less. The child will survive." "I don't care if the child survives." "The child," Quell said, very softly, "is not the asset. The anomaly is." "Good. Said it." Inside the Great Hall, at 9 on the dot, the windows shook. Dumbledore stood. "Begin," he said, simply. The order moved like a clock's hands. Students were shepherded, the younger ones underground, the older ones to the walls. The order's senior wizards, Moody, real this time, and McGonagall, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Tonks, took the corridors. Hagrid took the grounds, with a half-giant's joyous running thud. Snape, who had, the night before, been revealed to the entire castle as a double agent who had been spying on Voldemort for 2 years, and who had, not quite as an afterthought, been the single reason that Dumbledore had known to expect the attack tonight, took the Great Hall doors. Harry took the courtyard. "Sir," he had said, at the beginning of the evening, "I'm going to draw him out. Come for me in the courtyard." "Yes, Harry," Dumbledore had said. "Don't step in." "Harry." "Sir. I will not go green. Unless I must. You have to trust me." Dumbledore had looked at him for a long time. "I trust you, Harry." Harry had nodded, tightened his copper bracelet, taken his wand, and walked out under the stars. Hermione found Quell. She did not find him at the siphon. She found him 5 yards from it, overseeing a small ring of Death Eaters protecting a small tent behind a rise in the landscape. Hermione had been tracking the device since Harry had first suspected it. A week ago, she had used a tracking rune that Quell, in his arrogance, had not expected a teenager to know. She had come over the rise with a small coil of silver wire in her left hand and her wand in her right. Ron was with her. 2 of the Weasley twins were with her. Ginny, surprisingly, was with her. "There's 4 of them," Ginny whispered. "I see them." "Hermione, don't pity them," Hermione said, very low. Don't pity any of them. They came here to steal the life out of my friend. Yeah, Ron said. He was pale. He was ready. The plan was simple. The Weasley twins would disarm the two Death Eaters on the right with a coordinated charm Fred had been refining for 6 months. Ginny would drop the third with a body bind. Hermione, specifically, would take the doctor. Ron would cover her. It worked. It worked in 32 seconds. The twin spell, a sort of wide confundus that also removed a man's shoelaces, dropped the right pair. Ginny's bodybind was crisp and clean. Quell's remaining bodyguard turned to shout, and Ron's stunner took him in the chest and folded him. Quell, at the siphon, did not panic. Quell swiveled. Quell raised his wand. Quell's wand was pointed at Hermione, the one he had correctly identified as the most dangerous of the 4 children in front of him, and Quell, who had come out of his sanatorium fragile but clever, began a curse. Hermione cut him off. Sectum sempra, she said. She said it with shaking hands. She said it with dry, hard tears on her cheeks. She said it with a full, cold, terrified rage that had been building in her since first year, since the troll, since the chamber, since the corridor, since the graveyard, since every moment she had watched a bureaucrat try to put a bracelet on the best person she knew. She said it with precision. She said it because she had, in her spare time, read 6 textbooks on severing charms and 5 on healing them, and because she had, with Snape's permission and Dumbledore's patient blessing, been trained, privately, for exactly this moment. Quell went down. He did not die. He collapsed with 3 neat severs in 3 non-lethal places. He would live. He would lose the use of his right hand. He would spend a great deal of the rest of his life in a nice quiet place in the countryside, being politely managed by healers, being gently asked about his childhood. Hermione stood over him. Her wand arm was trembling. Get up, she said to Quell. He did not get up. He looked at her. He was crying. I only wanted to measure, he whispered. I know, Hermione said. That's the problem. She turned, briskly, to the siphon. She drew from her robes a small silvered hammer, which she had been making for exactly this moment, and she swung it down, once, twice, 3 times, and the crystal tube holding Harry's single drop of blood shattered. The siphon spat a tiny blue spark. It hummed one final note. It went dead. Ginny, beside her, let out a breath. Done. Ron said. Done, Hermione said. She looked down at her trembling hand. It did not stop trembling. It would not stop trembling for 3 weeks. But her voice was steady, and it got steadier. Let's go help Harry. The Dementors came for the Great Hall. Snape met them at the doors. It would be said later that 17 Dementors died that night, which is a mad thing to say, because Dementors do not die, but that is the number of hoods that came apart in the Great Hall doorway and did not regenerate, and it is the number the record has. Snape cast Patronuses in a dense, rolling line. He cast them as a potter throws plates, one after the other, impossibly fast and unwaveringly precise. His Patronus was a doe. It came out of his wand glowing so bright it lit the hall, and it charged at the Dementor line with an absolute certainty, and when a Dementor broke through the line anyway, Snape turned, without hurry, and put his body between the Dementor and the line of first-years behind him. The Dementor passed through him. Snape went down on his knees. Harry, who had seen it from the courtyard 20 yards away, roared. He roared without the cave creature, he roared with his own throat, and the cave creature roared with him. The Dementor, turning, met a Patronus Harry had not called, a great flowing silver Patronus shaped, this time, like a stag, at whose shoulder cantered, quite clearly, a broad-shouldered silver figure who stood 12 feet high. The Patronus hit the Dementor and unmade it. Harry crossed to Snape. Sir, he said. Snape was on the floor. He was still alive. His wand, still loose in his hand, had one final Patronus doe winding at his fingers. Don't, he said. Don't kneel, Potter. You'll ruin your trousers. Shut up, sir. Snape laughed. It was not an old laugh, or a new one. It was a laugh Harry had never heard out of him before. It was a boy's laugh. Potter. Sir. I have been wanting to tell you a thing. Tell me later, sir. Later will not come. Sir, your mother, Snape said. And the Green Man. His voice was coming softer. His pupils were widening. Both of them. Harry. His hand, with the last of his strength, touched the back of Harry's hand. Would be. Sir, please, proud. Snape's eyes half closed. Tell Albus, ask my Dotu, Snape whispered. Tell him, the boy is all right. Tell him, sir. Tell him, I was. Snape's breath stopped. Harry bent his head. Something very old and very large inside him wept, and wept, and wept, while simultaneously, the small, precise Bruce of the dream workbench crouched down beside Harry and put a cool thin hand on his shoulder. Go, Harry, Bruce said, in the back of his head. Go. We'll carry him. Go. Harry, all of him, stood. He left his tears on the stone of the great hall floor. Voldemort was in the courtyard. Harry walked to him. It was 10:30. It had been an hour and a half. The courtyard of Hogwarts was very old. It had been old when Salazar Slytherin had left. It had been old when Godric Gryffindor had, as a much younger man, stood in it and argued with his friends about a school. The stones of the courtyard were fat and grey and pitted with 1,000 years of leaf rot and frost. The sky above, when Harry stepped into the square, was the color of a bruise. Voldemort stood in the middle, alone, without his Death Eaters. He had sent them away 10 minutes before, in a rare and telling moment. He had wanted, he had said, to do this thing by himself. He stood with his wand pointed at the ground. He was so white in the moonlight that he almost did not have features at all. Harry stopped 5 paces away. Tom, Harry said. Voldemort's mouth twisted. That is not my name. It is. It is the name of the boy I killed. It is the name of the boy who made you, Harry said, and I will use it, because it is true. Tom. Last chance. Voldemort laughed. It was the small, cracked laugh of a man who had lost every plan he had had. You will kill me, Harry Potter, he said. No. No. I will stop you. Ah. Voldemort lifted his wand. Then let us see. He cast. Harry cast. Voldemort's first spell was a dull golden lance of light that came at Harry's throat. Harry caught it on a shield of pure air, a new one, Snape's technique, almost invisible, a wall of hardened intent. The lance broke on the wall and fell to the flagstones in sparks. You are older than you were, Voldemort hissed, pleased. So are you. I have been, building. I know. You built Quell's siphon. It's broken. Hermione broke it 10 minutes ago. Voldemort did not pause. His face did not change. But Harry, who had been watching him very carefully, saw the knuckles of his wand hand whiten. You are alone, Potter. No, I'm not. Your headmaster is dead. Yes. Your friend Snape is dead. Harry's jaw clenched. Yes. You will be alone, at the end of tonight. No, Tom. I won't. He cast a sharp hex. Voldemort parried. The duel began properly. For 15 long minutes, in the courtyard of Hogwarts, in front of nobody but the moon and the very old stones, Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort dueled. It was not cinematic. It was not easy. It was not a foregone conclusion. Voldemort had been, and was again, a master of the wand. He had spells in his hands that were nearly extinct. He had knowledge of the body of magic older than 3 generations of Dark Lord. Harry, who had trained for 3 solid years at Dumbledore's elbow and at Moody's and at Snape's, held. He held as Harry. He did not let the cave creature out. He did not reach for the mountain. He used his holly and phoenix feather wand. He used his mother's charm sense. He used his father's dueling rhythm. He used his own patience. He parried. He disarmed small curses. He ducked. He returned fire. He took a cut to his cheek from a cutting curse that Voldemort had named after one of his first victims, and Harry kept dueling, and in time, Voldemort, who had been a graveyard-weak thing and had rebuilt over a year and a half without the one ingredient he was not going to get, began, to Harry's quiet satisfaction, to slow. Voldemort was not a young man. He looked, at 15 minutes in, breathless. Harry was not breathless. "Yield, Tom," Harry said. His voice was perfectly even. Voldemort bared his teeth. He turned. He saw, behind Harry, a small figure that had wandered out of the castle at the edge of the fight, a 3rd year, a girl, who had been separated from her house in the chaos. She was small. She was very blonde. She was holding a wand in a hand that trembled and which she did not, entirely, know how to use. Voldemort, with the dry calculation of a broken man, pointed his wand not at Harry but at the girl. He said, "Avada." Harry let go. He let go not like the bursting of a dam. He let go like the opening of a hand. The cave creature, who had been waiting for a year and a half for permission, rose in him without ceremony. The mountain, behind Bruce at the workbench, stood up too. Harry's shoulders went back. Harry's body expanded. His height, as it had in the graveyard, grew by half a foot. His skin, in 3 slow waves, went the color of a fresh leaf. His voice, when it came, was entirely the cave creature, and entirely Harry, together. "No," Harry said. He moved. He crossed the courtyard in one stride and he was between Voldemort's wand and the girl. Voldemort's curse struck him square in the sternum. It pattered off him like rain. Voldemort threw 3 more. They did not get through. Voldemort threw a dark curse older than Harry's family tree, a curse that had, 500 years earlier, flattened the castle. It hit Harry, and Harry barely registered it. He lifted his hand. He took Voldemort's wand out of his hand as one takes a fork from a child's grasp. He pinched the wand between a large green finger and a large green thumb. He snapped it in half like a twig. Voldemort sank. He sank to his knees on the courtyard stones. Harry, towering, looked down at him. The cave creature in Harry was not roaring. It was not baring its teeth. It was, if you looked at the green face closely, weeping. Twin tears had cut clean tracks down the moss-colored cheeks, though the eyes were still Lily Evans's green eyes, only bigger. Harry knelt. He shrank, as he knelt, not all the way. He kept the shoulders. He kept the height. His skin stayed green. He was, in this instant, neither Harry nor Hulk nor Bruce. He was all 3, and all 3 of them, for the first time, knew each other's names. He gathered Voldemort up in his huge green arms the way a mother gathers a child who has fallen off a bike. Voldemort, for a fraction of a second, struggled. He had enough left to struggle. Then he went limp. His red eyes stared up at the moon. A single crack, a small dry crack, threaded across the bone of his skull face, a crack that might have been the result of a year and a half of bodies held together by magic that no longer worked. "I'm sorry," Harry said, very quietly, so quietly only Voldemort could hear. "I'm sorry you were this. I'm sorry, Tom. I'm sorry about the boy. I'm sorry about the orphanage. I'm sorry about the choices. I'm sorry you didn't have anyone to hold you. I would have held you, if you had let me." Voldemort made a sound. It was a sound Harry would never describe to anyone else. It was not anger. It was not hate. It was, of all things, surprise. It was the sound a man makes in the last half-second of his life when he realizes he has been, his whole life, wrong about something very small and very enormous. Voldemort's eyes closed. His body, already barely holding, let go. Tom Marvolo Riddle died in Harry Potter's arms at 11 o'clock on a cold, clear September night, and neither of them, at the last, was fighting. Harry carried him. He carried him, because nobody should be left on the courtyard stones without someone to carry them. He walked out of the courtyard with Tom in his arms, and he walked across the grass toward the great hall, and he shrank as he walked, step by step, from the huge green thing he had been back into the body of a boy. By the time he reached the doors, he was only Harry. He was filthy and he was exhausted and he had a small burn on his sternum that had not healed yet. He was crying and he was not ashamed of it. The great hall was half in ruins. Half of the tables had been overturned. There were bodies. Not all of them Death Eaters. Snape was among them, on the stone, with McGonagall kneeling beside him and covering his face gently with the corner of her cloak. The Order and the students and the Aurors and the surviving Death Eaters, tied up in the east corner, all stopped, when Harry came in with Voldemort in his arms. Harry walked to the center of the hall. He knelt, and he laid Tom Riddle's body down on the stone of the floor, and he straightened the robe over the thin white limbs, because nobody else was going to, and because it was the right thing to do. "He's done," Harry said, to the hall. Then he sat down next to the body, quite abruptly, and put his face in his hands, and cried. Hermione reached him first. Ron was second. Dumbledore, with Fawkes on his shoulder, Fawkes had been everywhere tonight, putting out fires of one kind and another, was third. They sat with him. None of them spoke. After a long time, someone in the back of the hall began, in a small voice, to sing something, an old Hogwarts song the first years had been taught that term. Others joined. By the time the song had been sung through twice, Harry's sobs had quieted. Dumbledore, quietly, said, "It is over, Harry." "Yes, sir." "Thank you." "Don't thank me, sir. I thank you anyway." Dumbledore was alive. Harry had to double-check this. Dumbledore was alive. He had, the night before, on Snape's instruction, drunk a small amount of a potion Snape had been working on for 8 months, a potion Snape had invented specifically for the purpose of preserving Dumbledore's failing hand in the exact state of near death it had been in, and Dumbledore had, on Snape's orchestration, appeared publicly to die during the attack on the astronomy tower that had begun, by plan, on the night of September the 1st. The body the Order had carried into the Great Hall the following morning had been a carefully transfigured double. Snape's last brilliant piece of magic was not a Patronus. It was a lie. Dumbledore was in the hospital wing. He was very weak. His blackened hand was, for the moment, still blackened. But he was, as Harry, Hermione and Ron discovered when they climbed the stairs at dawn, sipping tea. "Ah," Dumbledore said, at the sight of them. "Ah. Good. Sit." Harry, "Oh, my dear boy," Harry crossed the room and did not wait for permission. He put his arms around Dumbledore's shoulders. Dumbledore, very gently, patted the back of his neck. "I am," Dumbledore whispered, "so very sorry, Harry. We had to play that trick. If Voldemort had believed I was alive, he would not have come to the castle tonight. We had very little time. Severus and I had planned it for months." "Sir, he is gone, Harry." I know, sir. He was," Dumbledore's voice caught, "he was the bravest man I ever met. Do you hear me? Do you? The bravest. Even braver than your father. Even braver than you. Even braver than Bruce. Severus Snape was," Dumbledore looked up at the ceiling. He took a long breath. "Severus Snape was the bravest person I knew. And you will tell every child at this school about him. Won't you? Won't you, Harry? I will, sir. Good. Sir, yes, Harry. You're going to be all right. Perhaps, Dumbledore said, softly, with his small real smile. Perhaps. My hand is still as it was. But I have been told I have one more winter in me, at least. We will see. He looked at Harry. I have a great many Christmases to make up for, Harry, in my head. Yes, sir. Dumbledore reached, tremblingly, for a small package on the bedside table, and unwrapped a half-eaten chocolate frog card. Also, he said, I have collected a full set of Wizard of the Month cards this year. I have all the elders of the Wizengamot now. I am very pleased with this. I would like to tell somebody. Since you are here, Ron, from the doorway, burst out laughing. Hermione laughed too. Harry, sitting by the old man's bed, with his two best friends laughing behind him, laughed until he cried. 10 days later, at dawn, Harry walked the grounds of Hogwarts with Hermione on his left and Ron on his right. The castle was being, repaired. The greatest of the damage had been fixed by an extraordinary concerted effort of every available wand in the country. The stones of the courtyard had been laid back. The shattered East Tower had been rebuilt in 3 days by the goblins of Gringotts, under truce, because the goblins, in a rare political choice, had liked the way a certain boy had treated them in their hall years before and had remembered it. There was a funeral. 2 funerals. A public one in the Great Hall for the Fallen Order members, with Kingsley Shacklebolt speaking for everyone in a voice that carried the weight of a cathedral. A private one, just before dawn one morning, by the lake, for Severus Snape. Dumbledore spoke, and Harry spoke. Harry's speech was very short. He taught me, Harry said, to sit at a workbench. Sir. Wherever you are. I'm still sitting at it. Thank you. Then Harry laid a small copper bracelet, Hermione's gift to him from second year, the one he had worn through every battle, on Snape's grave, and he walked away with Hermione and Ron, and he did not look back. Quell was tried at the Wizengamot and sentenced to a minimum security sanatorium. He would not be released. He would, 5 years later, die quietly in his sleep of a heart attack. Nobody would attend his funeral. His young assistant Pinch, who had converted to the order in the middle of the war, would visit his grave once a year and leave a copy of the Daily Prophet folded on top of it, without a word. Wormtail was sentenced to Azkaban. Sirius was pardoned, and the ministry, in a fit of not quite contrition, gave him a small fortune in reparations and a very polite knighthood he did not want. Sirius used the money to buy the dilapidated mansion he had grown up in from the estate and to convert the upper floors into an apprentice school for orphaned magical children. He did this on purpose, so that no child would, if he could help it, ever find themselves in a cupboard. He named the school the James and Lily Foundation, and the brass plate on the door said so in small neat letters. Harry stood beside him the day the plate was screwed on, and Sirius, with a grin that was very close to a boy's, ruffled Harry's hair. Would have been proud, Sirius said, softly. Both of them. All 3 of you, while I'm at it. Remus got married to Tonks, and their baby, named Teddy, had Tonks's hair and Remus's eyes and, because the world is kind sometimes, none of his father's hidden curse. Harry stood godfather at the little ceremony in a field behind the old mansion. Teddy pulled on his nose. Hermione went to university. She studied, of all things, Muggle bioethics, and then Muggle neuroscience, and then a field she half-invented herself called cross-disciplinary magico-psychology, which was half jargon and half the only properly compassionate study of children like Harry ever published. She would, 10 years later, found a clinic. She would, 20 years later, be the one person in the whole of Britain to whom parents of unusual magical children were quietly referred. She would answer every letter she got, in her own hand. Ron took over a shop and hated it and quit and then started a new one with George and loved it. They sold, among other things, Hermione's copper bracelets, commercially, to anxious parents of magical children. The profits from the bracelets went to Hermione's clinic. Nobody outside the three of them ever knew. Ginny, who had turned out to be nothing if not absolutely her own person, played professional Quidditch until the age of 32 and was responsible, in time, for more than a few of Harry's favorite afternoons at home. Because there was, in time, a home. Harry Potter did not go back to Privet Drive. He did not, contrary to some early speculation, become an Auror. He taught, of all things, he taught a small course at Hogwarts, once a year, for 3 weeks at a time, called Advanced Defensive Magic and the Art of Not Smashing. It was an excellent course. The students loved it. He brought his daughter to class once, the smallest blonde girl you ever saw, 4 years old, named Lily, and she sat in the corner and drew cats and said nothing, and then, at the end of the lesson, walked up to a nervous first year and held her hand, because the first year had been crying. Harry had watched her do this, across the classroom, and the cave creature in him, still there, still faithful, still old, still quiet, had made its low comfortable purring noise, as it had made, nearly 20 years before, in the corridor of a castle after a troll. Harry had, privately, said inside himself to both of his friends, "Look at that. Look at her." And Bruce, in the workbench room at the back of his mind, had looked up from his tinkering and smiled. And the mountain, sitting cross-legged now on an old familiar patch of sand, had laughed, once, deep, low, like distant thunder, a laugh of pure, tired, extraordinary joy. It is strange, to carry more than one soul in a body. It is strange to have, as a child, been afraid that you were a monster, and to discover, slowly, over a long life, that the thing you had been afraid of was, in fact, a friend, and that what you and that friend could do together was, not destroy, but protect. Harry Potter walked out across the grounds of Hogwarts on a bright September morning, with his friends beside him and his wife on his mind and his daughter's small hand in his memory, a boy with a scar, a boy with a giant in him, a boy at peace. He discovered as he walked, 3 things at once. He was the boy Lily Potter had died for. He was the quiet man who had met her once in a room in the East Wing long ago. He was the mountain behind the quiet man. He was, in all 3, the strongest there is. Not in the old way. Not the way the mountain, in another life, had been the strongest. Not in fists. In kindness. That, Harry thought, and the cave creature agreed, and Bruce nodded once at his workbench, was the only kind of strength worth being the strongest at. Hermione tucked her arm through his. Ron, on his other side, bumped his shoulder with a fond, familiar elbow. The 3 of them walked in step, as they had since they were 11, and the grass of Hogwarts was green under their feet, and the sun was coming up over the lake, and in the far, distant place inside Harry where the cave lived, the mountain opened its broad, patient green palm, and Bruce rested his small, tired, kind scientist's hand on it, and both of them watched the dawn with Harry, 3 hearts in one chest, 1 family in one boy, 1 strength folded 3 ways for safekeeping. The wind came up off the lake. Harry laughed. He walked on.